All right, guys, let's start day 2. So, welcome back from the parties, welcome back from workshops, welcome back from exams, guys. How are you feeling today? Come on, let's have a round of applause for yourselves. Show me how you're feeling. Yeah, guys. Yeah, I heard you had a great party. I wasn't there, but I did see pictures and I heard comments from the colleagues. It looked amazing, guys. I heard some feedback about the rodeo bull thing. I heard some feedback about the dancers, the football, everything else. Looked like a blast. Couldn't end, unfortunately, but who, guys, that looked amazing. We also have a party later today afterwards, so that's another thing. All right. So, some of you did the user and specialist exams today, and from what I've heard from my colleagues, many of you passed. So I think we need to have another round of applause for our specialists and users. Congrats, guys. All right. And of course, once again, we have to thank our sponsors, our 3 tiers of sponsors, Platinum, Gold, and Silver. So let's have a round of applause for each of our sponsors. Let's start with Platinum sponsors. And our first Platinum sponsor is IntelliTrend. Thank you, guys. Next up, we have Quadrata. Thank you very much. Alenta, thank you. Next up, we have our gold sponsors. So we're starting with Easy IT. Thank you, guys. Next, we have Test Dev Lab, locals. Thank you. Initmax, thanks a lot. Another gold sponsor, H5 Network. Thank you. Kustos, thank you for being our gold sponsors. Yeah, there you go, guys. Show some love. Next up, we have the silver tier. MySQL. Show some love for MySQL. Matricio. Thank you, guys. Docomo Business NTD Communications. Thank you. SRA OSS. Thanks a lot. And the final sponsor in our silver sponsor tier list, UniReddit. Thank you. Yeah, show some love for our sponsors, guys. Come on. All right. So, as always, you can share all the information that you need by using the hashtag on social networks, Zabbix Summit 2022. Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever you're using. Share your party pictures. Share your conference pictures. We still, I think, have the photo booth outside. Take pictures with your friends, Zabbix developers. You know, find your favorite developer that's present over here from Zabbix. Thank them for a particular feature that you love very much and take a picture with them and share it. Show some love for our guys. Come on. Next, you have your ID badges, right? These, hold on. These here things, right? They're still your tickets for the upcoming event today. You need them to get in over here. Hopefully you haven't lost them. I saw it, like I said, I saw the party that you had yesterday was wild. Hopefully your ID cards are still with you. We still have the question platform, Q&A platform, the Slido. So you can either scan this here QR code, it will lead you to the Q&A platform, or just take a look at YouTube or Telegram chats. We will share the link with you. It's also available on our Summit page on our website. There's an Ask a Question button. Click it, and you'll be able to ask questions to our speakers. Okay, so before we have our first speech, I'd like to invite our Director of Business, Sergey Sorokin, because, and let's have a round of applause. Come on, you guys, you know him. Come on. So, Sergey, I think many of the people here, maybe not all, but some of them are aware of the fact that this is the 10th annual anniversary Zabbix Summit, right? And before you proceed with your first speech, I'd like to ask you, how did the idea of Summit, how did Summit start? Can you tell us a bit about the conception of the Zabbix Summit?
Idea of Zabbix Summit started with Alexey asking me for a talk. And he said, okay, I think we have now enough resources and we need to organize something where our community could join us. Okay, maybe I'll disclose some secret. Initial target was 10 people. And of course, we didn't think about any hotels and so on. I mean, like we could gather 10 people within our building in the room, it's fine. But then we decided maybe to give it another thought and maybe just give an extra time to prepare it. And then it took us like 4 months. And I think first time it was over 100 people from the very beginning, which we are very
a lot more than 10.
A bit, yeah. Yep, that's how it started, and from there, I mean, like when you start something, you think and you see that people like it, you like it, then, I mean, you just don't quit, right?
And we haven't. I think we need to have one more round of applause for the 10th Zabbix Summit, for the beginnings, for getting here, for you guys supporting us for all of these 10 years. Thank you, and thanks to Sergey, thanks to Alexey for actually coming up with this idea. Yeah, once again, without you guys, we wouldn't be here, you know. You have sort of got us all here and made the community what it is. Okay, I'm going to get off your back. You have a speech to present, and Sergey here is going to talk about Zabbix business news. So welcome, Sergey, with his speech.
Thanks, guys. Okay, yeah, my name is Sergey Sorokin, it's obvious, yeah, and I'm Director of Business Development at Zabbix. And my today's presentation, as you can see, actually about Zabbix business news, right? But it's a Zabbix 10th anniversary, right? And we're getting a bit kind of sentimental, right? And fall into memories and so on. So I also want to tell a story. And those of you who know me well, you would definitely confirm that I'm a storyteller. For almost every situation, I will come up with a small case study, a small thing that, okay, my friend, that customer or that partner is doing that, and I'm telling that all the time. So let me go with another story, and that's, let's say, a story of a small steps leaving a large footprint, leaving a large trace behind, right? So this story starts with a footprints of a man who meets an obstacle of not having an affordable tool to do his job. And just by the chance, this job is about keeping up IT infrastructure. And many would actually either give up or would confirm and would say, okay, I just need that huge budget, right? It's like there are no other options exist. Only few would actually ignite and would start dreaming and thinking and searching for a solution. But then even less people who would actually make a first step. Right? Many of us are dreamers. We have these great ideas, right? I would change the world, but then something happens. I mean, like, too busy, go for lunch, meet friends, and so on. So I think we were lucky that in 1997, right, this first step was made by writing I think it was in the beginning, few lines of code that actually right now we know as a Zabbix. And this is actually where our journey begins. So, and as every journey that you walk, that you go, eventually you would come up on the crossroad, right? And it will give you an options, but in many cases without clear signs. You need to make a choice. You don't know really the outcome. You cannot predict it, right? But what is more important is not only to make this step, right? Or let's say not to stand there for your life thinking about the choice. Should I go left or right? And you need to make the choice. Maybe it's not going to be exactly correct. Maybe you'll need to return to this crossroad and take another path, right? But you need to make a step. And that actually takes knowledge, experience, honesty in front of yourself, right? And some courage. So, and that's actually, as we know, one of the steps, with the first steps. I can expect that it was about Zabbix architecture and the elements of that architecture, right? Which we currently know as host, item, triggers, events, and many other things, right? Then it was many, many years of just making small steps, making decisions, and continuing and continuing and continuing, right? Actually, once I heard this man saying that he is lucky that at that moment he didn't have a family. Because that journey was taken all the evenings, all the weekends, all the holidays, basically everything that a man can have outside of his work. And here we come actually to another crossroad, right? It may seem like a small one, right? Maybe even with some kind of directions known to everybody, but for sure completely not any signs of the real outcome, what it's gonna be. And the options could be keep the software for yourself. I believe many people create something, they use it on a daily basis, they use it for years, but this is where it stays for all the life. Some people would say, hey, I should sell it. I should do some profit on that, right? And there is also another option. Let's share it. Let's provide it to everybody. Let's see whether people will enjoy using that software, right? And the choices are not obvious. And for many people right now, even with our experience, when we say, hey, you know what? That's one of the good options. Many would doubt. Many would approach us and say, okay, yeah, okay. As a student, as a hobbyist, as something, maybe for a year, for two, but is it something like where you can base your life on? Whether you can run a company, an enterprise on this? So I think it's, again, it took a lot of courage. It was a lot of thinking, most likely, but this is what we currently have. And then the choice in favor of this last option is what today allows us to see hundreds of thousands of companies around the world using Zabbix software, right? Starting obviously with the first download as a source code. Then there were several additional steps taken to release the software as virtual appliances. This is what I still remember, a second option. Then we introduced packages, then we introduced containers, clouds, and right now we are proud to have millions of downloads of Zabbix software per month. If we take everything, aggregate all the channels that we produce, that's how it is right now. And I think some people in this room that are familiar with this story will say, wait. Before those whole kind of packages and so on, there is another thing that happened. What about choosing a name for the software, right? Where it comes from, and what does it mean? This is a very popular question, right? What does it mean? Is it unique? Did you find it in a book? Did you invent it yourself? Right? And guess what? I will tell you the secret. Are you ready for that? Yes. Okay, the secret is that nobody knows. Okay, there are some rumors, really, I know theories, where the guy is explaining, I do have one theory for myself, which I believe is the right one, right? But really, nobody knows for sure except for one man, and for whatever reason, he is not given the answer, right? So during the party tonight, you may try once again. Maybe you'll be lucky, then you can share with us. I think you will actually get a hit on the internet. You can record a YouTube saying, I spoke with a man, he explained me. You're gonna be popular, right? But he keeps the silence, so this is where we are. Yeah, so the name is well known. I will just put it just for the reference. If somebody is watching us and they're like, what he's talking about, right? So, but today this name, actually that was invented, and looking at the design, for me is a perfect design, but I would expect that it is IT guy choosing to spell the name and then put in the red box around. So I don't think that was a huge investment into the designers and finding different solutions and changing agencies and so on. But the good thing is that this logo stands like that. I think from the very, okay, maybe not from the, yes, from the very beginning. So it's unchanged, and I think we're proud of that. It's like, you know, it's like you are saying, yeah, my old logo is too old, I don't look fashionable, I will change it. In 10 years, you say, I need a new logo, right? I think it was perfect from the very beginning. It's easy, and we like it, right? The good thing, and this is what actually, again, taking all these steps we had to do, right now, this logo and the trademark is protected in more than 90 countries around the world, right? And again, we need to do those steps just to protect our community, protect our customers, and so on. And actually, we have more than 69 domains, again, for the same reason for Zabbix. So let's go back to that release of software. With the same moment of releasing Zabbix as an open source, we were blessed with the first people that noticed Zabbix, right? And they have started to form our community. And from this exact moment, the man was not alone, right? And footprints became larger. It's just not one man walking. It's already a small crowd walking behind, walking aside, maybe up front with those ZBX necks saying, I have a better idea where we should go, right? But the important thing is that the community started to provide a feedback. And the way I see feedback is more like those lighthouses across the seashore that give those reference points to the ships, right? And I think this is something that kept us on track. And I remember cases where a community would say, you know what? No, you should change a bit of direction. You should improve. You should go there. And I think right now it didn't change. It became more and more and more. I mean, it's not only about Zabbix Next, where you say, okay, there is a bug and there is a way for improvement, but it's just all this conversation that we are having online, in person, right? And this is what assists us in making this software continuously that open source. It's not only about license, but it's also about the way we discuss it, the way we treat it, the way we feel it, right? And again, right now, if we would look, I would expect it always starts with one, right? So it's most likely it was the first person who would start to comment. But right now, if we would look on those communities around the world, this is just a screenshot from our web page, right? But it is much more than that. And while reading this, I understood, okay, there are more channels missing out of here, so we'll definitely add it in the future. So now we are proud to have all these people, right? And again, in the summit, right, in the way we talk, we may say, okay, here are partners, there are customers, users, but it's still more about being a family, right? I'm attending different events, and there would be always, or at some of the events, okay, let me be correct, there would be kind of a executive part where special people stay, you don't really get too close. It's kind of a few tracks for the event. I think here, with all that community and with the culture, we're standing next to each other, we know each other, there is no difference who you are, as long as you are interested in Zabbix, as long as you are interested to learn and understand what is Zabbix. Okay, actually, I would say that the same community raised also first inquiries for expert advice and requests for the services, for the professional services. The path that was chosen on the previous crossroads, right, about the open source, was blessed with the fact that we are in the situation, in many cases, when customers approaching us, right? And we have that time to create a great software, right, and improve it all the time, but customers are coming, right? And actually that normally or naturally brought us to establishment of Zabbix company. So somebody was asking me, okay, how it was decided that the Zabbix company should be established? Again, the way I know, it's where people coming and saying, okay, great software, can you just help me? Can you come? Can you deliver training? So it's not you're thinking, okay, probably I should establish a company. No, it's people telling you. It's community telling you, okay, that's the right time, right? And again, right now we are proud to have a certain financial results, right? Of course, financial results and numbers and profits, it's not something that you would say it is a proof that we're doing something right or wrong. It's more about sustainability, it's more about security, it's not more about insurance that you can continue to do what you do, right? We are also proud to have, and this number could not be exactly precise, I just know that it's over and much over, right, of customers that we have. That's kind of a all-time customer, no, not all-time, regular customer, sorry. And the team of more than 100 friends. And I believe you see this team everywhere, at the shop, at the parties, managing everything that maybe you don't even see, right? They're all around us and they're assisting all of us. So, again, if we're talking about those small steps, at some moment we started to notice that there are some countries, right, where a greater cooperation or localization is required, right? Either it is because the language difficulties, differences, the rules of doing business, taxations, anything, right? But there were some regions where Zabbix was basically invited, right? And this is where we started our way of opening our subsidiaries, right? And just 7 days ago, as you may already know, Zabbix Japan has celebrated 10th year anniversary. And our smallest kid, as for right now, is 2 years and 1 month old. And maybe I will tell right now something that I shouldn't tell. It's, you know, different parents, they have different attitudes, right? But it seems like we're expecting another baby. With the software getting better and better, right? The next opportunity came along just naturally, again, approaching us in the form of companies saying, hey guys, let's partner together. You have a great product, we have a local presence, we have some guys that have knowledge, so what about establishing partnerships, right? And again, it was as simple as signing the first agreement, This is how it looks right now, right? But again, at that moment, you need to decide, okay, do I do partnerships or not? Maybe I go the way of selling myself, right? What kind of the partnerships do I offer? How to call them? How to arrange them? And to which companies they should be addressed, right? But that's, again, if you ask too many questions at the very beginning and how it will affect you in 10 years, you'll continue to stand on that crossroad. But sometimes you just need to dive in, make that first step, and most likely you will survive. If it's not going to be perfect, you will learn, you will come back, you will repeat, right? So again, we are very proud to state that over these years we had more than 2,000 interactions. This is what is recorded, and not everything is recorded, with different companies talking about partnerships in different forums and so on. We have signed more than 500 partnership agreements, but what we're proud of is that we have right now 242 partners around the world, right? With many of them actually being our partners for a long, long time. And they're coming actually from 55 countries, if somebody is interested to know. So, okay, I'm talking here about those, steps, footprints, and so on. But this journey, right? So where it leads us? I mean, you may say, wow, impressive, good. But then somebody may ask the question why we're doing this. Thanks, Nelson, for giving this idea. Actually, that's one of my favorite movies, right? And yeah, so somebody may say, okay, you're running for a year or two from one side to another side. Is it for the sake of running, or is it something behind it? Okay, I will not speak for Alexey. This presentation, Alexey didn't see it, thanks God, right? So maybe he's running for the sake of running, right? I see it a bit differently, and I think most of our team sees it a bit differently. We are running and making the world better. The way we understand monitoring, it's not about understanding I have things that go crazy and I don't care. Usually you put monitoring to improve, to make these things more efficient. And if we're talking about efficiency, even today it's about saving energy, it's about making labor more interesting, right? Instead of fixing, I'm not sure, something that is boring, you can do much more interesting things, right? And so I believe that Zabbix actually, on the global scale, I'm not sure it's possible to calculate in the first place, right? But we are the company that changes the world to the good, right? So the most important thing is, when I tell this story, of course, in many cases I tell the story for the story, right? But sometimes it's actually to tell something based on that story, right? And actually today I'm talking about another small step that we're doing. This step again came naturally. It's not about inventing us something, right? It is about our community, our customers approaching us and saying, hey guys, can you help me? Can you help me in a particular thing? So today we are talking about introducing of the support, technical support ties for MSPs, right? So it's something that we're completely ready with. We have the full infrastructure, we have the knowledge, we have resources, we have everything. The only thing that was missing is basically a commercial offer, right? And the right understanding. Of course, somebody would say, hey, it's like introducing MSP, new support ties, it's easy. First of all, we need to understand who is MSP for ourselves, right? Then we need to understand what they really want, because all of them are different, all the customers are different, right? And then we need to understand how we can shape that offer to fit most of them, right? So This offer, this publication, this kind of product is ready. It's already ready on our web page since last week, right? So if anybody here from MSP business, if anybody is thinking about establishing MSP business, please contact us. We'll be happy to discuss with you details. We'll be happy to talk on particular contracts. If anybody is wondering how those offers looks, they're here again. You can find it at this address, right? They're aimed at different types of MSPs with different requirements. Again, our best guess that MSP is more host-oriented, they're oriented on devices. We're not limiting our MSP offer on the number of the customers that will be monitored by one contract, the number of proxies that will be used to do that, right? It's rather the number of hosts, and there are some SLAs that are in place. So this is actually what my story about, what it is about the next step, the new step. Maybe after that we'll do few more steps. Maybe we'll need to go back on the crossroad, rethink, and improve. But we need to make this step. We need to move forward, right? So, guys, that's actually all of my presentation. Thank you a lot for your time. It was a bit of advertisement, but we have to do it at all.
All right, Sergey, but we have one more thing to do, right?
Yep.
We have our Zabbix fans, the fan package people that we want to award today.
Yep.
And Sergey, I'll let you do the honors. I think you have the list of people, right?
Do I have a list?
We do have a list, yes.
Thank you. Okay, guys, yesterday some people approached me during the party, and I understand they were nervous. Did you forget about us? We are here, but we are unnoticed. So is anything coming up or not? So actually we're talking about Zabbix fans, right? Those people that support this event. For you to understand who is Zabbix fan in our understanding, it's actually a private person who is a sponsor. Right? The fan is purchasing the same, he's doing the same activities, he's just paying more for that. Right? And we really appreciate, as we were given the round of applauses, and Arthur is the best man in doing that, right? But these people are also sponsors. We also should treat them as those that allow us to make this event better. A sponsor give us additional resources to make it more interesting, to add some new options, to invite more artists, to do anything, right? So the same do these people, right? And before maybe I will call the first person here, for those who are interested, because sometimes we give this kind of a black bag, and everybody, what is inside, right? Okay, for those who are interested, there is a Zabbix t-shirt. It's a special one, right? It's a unique t-shirt. You cannot buy it there for any money that you have. So it's only for fans. And I think the same goes to this hoodie. Yes, it's a unique hoodie for the 10th Zabbix Summit, right? So if you see anybody in this hoodie, respect that person. It's a sponsor, right? Of course, there are some additional things like a notebook, like a towel, and so on. So, yeah, I think that's something that we can just give us appreciation to those people that are supporting our event and us in doing that. But because of course, we have an agenda and I cannot speak there or talk here for 2 hours, so I will start calling people, and please come up as fast as you can and do not leave. Stay on the stage. We want to make a picture of all of you, right? And I will start with Michael Chlebek. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Michael. No. No, Michael? Okay. Yeah. And Michael Valsan or Michael Vansan. Arti. Policeman. Police. Thanks. Get on the stage. Just do one by one, otherwise it's going to be enormously. Okay, Christopher, what's going on? Mwanga? I hope it's, yeah. Thank you. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Peter Petty. Peter Petit. Peter.
Can I help you out, Sergey?
Thanks a lot.
Meanwhile, we have Ivona Sochaka, not sure. Round of applause. Ivona. Yes, there we go.
And Frederick Westberg.
Johan Lindgren.
Thank you a lot. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next up we have Philip Anderson. Denis Zelensky.
Thank you a lot.
Tobias Oakenfels.
Okay, тогда складывай.
I take 3, like last time.
Okay.
Benjamin Fromme.
Oh, you're lucky.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Roberto Antonelli. Alexander Bogoslovsky. Lars de Schriever. Marcin Reska. Marko Vatanen.
Marcin? Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
Christian Anton. Juan
Thank you.
Godoy. Albert Przybyłski, Polish, I guess. Maxim Paruzel.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Maxim?
Marco Hofmann.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So this way we save some place.
Jochen or Yochen Vesta. Ismo Unkuri.
We should move up.
Stefan Macek. Fredrik Landström. Lukas or Lukas Marek. Markus Kostal.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anatoly Vasaros.
Thank you a lot. Ooh. We can reprint it.
Tim De Cohen. Wolfgang Alper. Mikulas Kolak.
Just to squeeze. Thank you a lot.
Julian Joannette. Mateusz Damptz.
Thank you a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Ken Ayerts. Ayerts, not sure. Ken Ayerts.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Julian Alper.
Please. Thank you a lot.
So yeah, guys, remember to show some respect to these people. Come on, show some love to our fans.
Tässä on myös. Kyllä делал.
Thank you a lot, guys. We'll see you around. Enjoy your merch. Enjoy your hoodies. Enjoy your shirts. And don't try and sell them on eBay. Come on, they're super exclusive. You're the only ones that got them, right? So enjoy, show off. When they see the hoodies, when they see the shirts, they will know, wow, these guys are the Zabbix fans, Zabbix supporters. They love the product. They love the community. They're the contributors. Thank you. Okay, so that was a lot. Come on, can't blame us. Many people love the product, love the community, and want to contribute. Yesterday we had a question, hey, how can I help? How can I donate to Zabbix? This is one way. Buying the Zabbix Summit fund package, showing us support. Okay, next up, the show must go on. We have our next speech. So, one of our sort of community members that has contributed many blog posts and many use cases about IoT, all the way from Finland. Well, it's not that far off, but still decided to take our invite and join us up here on the stage and talk about monitoring IoT devices at their home. Let's welcome Janne Pikkarainen, Senior Systems Engineer at Forcepoint, Finland. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. But before I actually start, I would like to know something. If you recognize the name blog series WhatsApp Home and been reading my posts, please raise your hand. Oh, surprisingly many. Thank you. Now I can show to my wife back at home that at least one guy did do that. So, who am I? I'm Janne, or Sean, Jane, Jani, Janni, depending who is trying to pronounce my name. And I, like I said, I'm come from Finland. I've been doing IT over 20 years for a living, and I've been over 8.5 years at Forcepoint. We are a global cybersecurity company with most demanding customers you can imagine of governments, armies, factories, biggest enterprises you can find, hospitals, you name it. So if you need cybersecurity for big boys, go check us out. I'm not a sales guy, and I'm here anyway as my own self today, even though I work for Forcepoint, and I'm going to tell you how I'm monitoring my home with Zabbix and why I'm doing it. So how did it start? It did actually start back in March. We had a little incident. We have this full-size freezer with a power button in its front panel. So probably during dusting, my wife did accidentally turn off the freezer, and we did only notice it 2 days later, and we had to throw away so much food. So at that point, I decided we need to monitor it. So then I did start writing about this monitoring project to LinkedIn, thinking that nobody would read it. So it was only for my own fun. And that was the case for the first 3 entries, which were very boring. Then my wife came up with an idea for the post number 4, accidentally. I think she was thinking she's being funny or something when she told me that I would like to know how often you remember to use your facial cream. You know, if I don't use it daily, I will get dry skin here. So, monitoring nerd doesn't take those ideas lightly. I will tell you later how I did monitor that, but anyway, that's how this all started. Well, there must be other reasons why I'm using Zabbix at home, right? So we've had this home automation device or IoT hub, Cosify, since 2017 or so. It's a handy device because it can make IoT products from different vendors to work together. Let's say a movement sensor by Nexa would detect movement, then Cosify could tell my Philips Hue lights that please turn on, something like that. It's great for that kind of home automation, but it completely lacks in reporting or historical data or anything. And of course, as a nerd, I would like to see temperature graphs, how many hours we have been turning or have had our lights on, stuff like that. And because I've been doing IT monitoring over 20 years, it's something I really do know already. I have kind of seen it all, but monitoring the real world is a different case. So this is fun exercise for me and stupid play, but through it I will learn so many new things which I can now then share to all of you to maybe give you some actual serious new ideas for your work. And then we also do have other IoT devices not connected with Cosify. All of them do have their own applications or other user interfaces anyway. So I would like to have a single user interface for everything, because you can see there's so many user interfaces. But with Zabbix, I can have single user interface for everything, which is really helpful. Fun thing, one of the Zabbix employees did ask about the bottom left corner widgets, is that some kind of custom widget? No, it's using plain text widget with value mapping. So value mapping is replacing some numeric values with check marks or red cross or something. So that's a handy way to visualize plain text widget. Well, benefits of running Zabbix at home. Of course, that one true interface. Then I can set up some alarms in Cosify, but configuring those is not fun. With Zabbix, of course, creating alerts is easy. And I can create all kind of detailed dashboards about anything I would like to know. And Also, using Zabbix with my Raspberry Pi, it further increases the IoT devices support I can monitor and control with using just computer. So Cosify has a decent support for all kind of devices, but for example, with Bluetooth devices, Raspberry Pi is much, much better. So how did I integrate Cosify and Zabbix? There's two product lines with Cosify. One is for pro customers, and then there's the customer line, or consumer line. And with the consumer line, they don't offer official API, at least that I don't know about. But someone has made an unofficial Cosify API implementation. It's not perfect, but it works good enough for me because I can read data using that. Because I don't want to make our Cosify slow or buggy by doing too many requests to it, my scripts are only polling it every 5 minutes. So that's frequent enough so we get good data about our home, but that's not too often to bother Cosify in any way. Well, then my scripts are saving the data to text files with Zabbix system parsing. So pretty standard stuff. So example script, very simplified. Just import the library, authenticate against the Cosify, and then get whatever info you want. Like in this example, see for all the devices Cosify has connected with, are they reachable or not. And then with Zabbix dependent items, I can then, with a single request, I can then get status for like 40 devices. So that's handy. So some dashboards. This is the same one you already saw. So overview of our home. That page actually goes much more down, but I didn't take more screenshots than this first page. And then I can, of course, make all these beautiful graphs about everything. There's my home router, and it's how many megabits are going in and out. Then all kind of temperatures, humidities, all the other metrics. But I didn't stop to standard stuff. I did actually integrate Zabbix with Blender 3D software. So I can, this is a static image. Blender has a Python API, so that's a nice way to render scene in real time and then save it. But that's a static image. But I can also browse around in virtual 3D. Imagine being at home and surfing around your home in 3D. Yeah, we'll get to this later. There's actually use cases for this. Not for me, but someone else. Then MQTT support in Zabbix allows me to observe and control our AC. Cosify couldn't do this, but with Zabbix and Raspberry Pi, it was like 30 minutes job, even though I didn't have any previous experience about MQTT. Now, next, let's move on to some useful examples. So I've been writing like over 20 entries already to my blog series, but here's some examples of what I'm monitoring with Zabbix. Definitely not your IT. So let's start with the obvious one. This was the one that made me Zabbix celebrity. So with this door sensor, look, it's beautiful brown because that brown tape is still sticky here. But it's easy to work with. When these magnetic pieces are together, something is closed. When they're separate, something is open. So I did put my facial cream inside that box, and whenever the box is closed, well, it's closed. When I open it, then a timer or timestamp in Zabbix item gets updated, so it knows that, okay, Janne at least opened the box. It doesn't know for sure if I did apply the cream, but at least it knows the box was opened. So if I don't use that cream in 12 hours, I will get an alert. If it goes 13 hours, then my wife gets a notification. Yeah. Sisuski, you're famous. Anyway, there's, of course, real-world use cases. This is for my facial cream, but imagine your grandma. Did she take her medicines? You could monitor that. Or that could be monitored in hospitals or wherever. Or it could be for your safety. If you have a safe, and your safe gets opened when you are not near it, you have a problem. Or it could be for convenience. If you have an AC, like we do, and during a hot summer day, you open the door for maybe longer than 2 minutes, Zabbix can then automatically turn off the AC, and then when you again close the door, it can then put the AC back on. Simple. Then this one is unfortunately a bit sad. Our Lily did pass away back in August, but I did leave this here just to respect her memory. So with another interesting device, RubyTag. This is like 30, 40 euros environmental monitoring thing, a Bluetooth beacon which is constantly telling out loud that this is the temperature, humidity, air pressure, and it also has movement sensors. So there's also a command called BlueWalker. It has native support for parsing RubyTag's values, so that's why it's so handy to use with Zabbix, because BlueWalker returns the values in easy format for Zabbix to parse. So then it saves the data to log file, which Zabbix is then reading, so I get real-time results. Well, Lily had a very luxury bed, so we wanted to know how many hours she spends in that bed. So, of course, when a dog goes to bed, it's more warm than without the dog. So I did guesstimate all this with just using temperature graph. So you can see she went to her bed every night and did pretty much stay there all over, but then during the day she wasn't there that much. And I had those triggers which didn't send any alerts, but then I could see from alert history what's going on. So yeah, again, real-world use cases. If your grandma is like usually waking up 7 a.m., but some morning she would still be in her bed 8:30, should someone go and check if she's okay or not? Or, of course, you could monitor everything from ice cream truck to whatever has to keep temperature within some range to be okay. Then, again, using the very same RubyTag, I tried to monitor our very dumb robot vacuum cleaner. It's a base model. It doesn't have any kind of IoT or Wi-Fi or other connectivity. But with Ruby's movement sensors, I was able to see how long this device is moving. So, stupid, but in real world, you could easily monitor this way if something that should be moving, like conveyor belt, is moving, or something that should not be moving, like that safe, is not moving. Or you could verify that something that is moving is really moving at the speed it should be moving. So now the 3D part. I'm not a 3D artist, but so I did cheat a little bit by using this easy-to-use home modeling software. It's easier to my back anyway when my wife asks how would the sofa look like on that wall. Anyway, it's got plenty of pre-made furniture and it's quite easy to use. And then I did save the file in object format, which is recognized by Blender. Then, inside Blender, I did then tag all the interesting items with the same names that I have in Zabbix. So that way my Python script can then call Blender that, hey, change the color of this and that to be something else, and then render the scene. And then it will upload the files back to my Raspberry Pi. It has a separate directory for these 3D files, and then with just the standard Zabbix URL widget, I'm showing the image and also the VR virtual reality version. Yeah, that's very simple Python script out there, so just import the Blender library and then change some variables of the scene and set the resolution for the image and write the file out, and then that's it, pretty much. So in real world, this could be very useful, because imagine if electrician or plumber or guard or medic, whoever would need to go somewhere where they don't go that often, it's much easier to find your target if your alert would contain 3D image or maybe animation, where to go. Or likewise, a call center could tell the field personnel where they should be heading. And for sysadmins, if you can visualize your data center, so you could then see the failing device location much more easily. Also useful if you have to go to data center where you don't go very often. I did also integrate Zabbix with an IoT remote. These IoT remotes are quite handy. They are operating on some 433 megahertz frequency, and you don't have to point them to some exact location. No, in fact, they work in like 100 meters range from our Cosify. So in my case, I just made a test if this works at all. So if I press button number 1, Zabbix receives value number 1. If I push number 2, it receives number 2, and so forth. So I made a Grafana dashboard. Yes, this is Zabbix Summit, but it's fantastic that Zabbix works so well with other software too. So in Grafana dashboard, I did show some short messages. Help, out of beer, dinner is ready. So our living room TV could show that kind of stuff. That's not useful at all, and I really didn't use that apart from just out of curiosity. But again, imagine in real world, if you have like a factory with old mechanical devices with no smart connectivity whatsoever, but you could then place some kind of IoT push button. Those are like 20 euros next to device. So when someone is patrolling then the factory or whatever and sees something not working, they could push the button and trigger an alert on Zabbix that way. So that's already more handy. And finally, controlling our AC through Zabbix MQTT support. Like I said, I'm not an MQTT expert. This was my first time touching it in any way. So I did install Mosquito MQTT broker. So it took like 30 minutes for me to configure after reading how it works. And then it recognized our AC, and then from that point I was able to start reading stuff using Zabbix. I could be wrong, but it feels to me that Zabbix can only read MQTT stuff, but for writing there's a Mosquito pub command included with Mosquito broker. So with that I can do write operations. So I can set fan speed, temperature, power status, everything through Zabbix. And then I just created a menu to Zabbix. So from there I can then pick whatever things I want. And other stuff I have tried out. Interesting ones, Philips one-blade shaver, runtime estimate based on audio frequency. Then I know my boss is watching this, so I'm using also work Zabbix through Siri sometimes for some basic stuff. Then I tend to use lots of music, listen to lots of music during my workday, so I wanted to know how many hours I'm actually listening to music. My headset provides 40 hours of charge they claim, with a single charge, and I wanted to see if that's accurate. Well, it seems I'm listening about 33 hours per week. 33 hours per week. So that's quite a lot. So, would I do this again? Of course I would. Because, first of all, this gives me peace of mind, because now I know that freezer, that if it's okay. I know if our smart fire alarm battery is going to die. I know all kind of safety-related stuff now much better. I also do know so much more about our home, about its temperatures, about light status, and also about the reliability of our IoT devices. I don't know, for example, if it's a bug or a feature, but many of our thermometers apparently go unavailable every now and then, but then when temperature changes, they come back. So maybe they enter some kind of power save mode, I wouldn't know, but that's an example I have only learned by Zabbix. And I have learned so much about monitoring the real world, and will continue doing so. And of course, for it to lead to this situation where I'm speaking in front of all of you, it makes this so much more awesome. So, if you want to know more, go read the official Zabbix blog, or there's something on my GitHub. There's not everything I would like to be there, because we have an 8-week-old baby at home, so that like steals our time quite a little bit. But I'm trying to upload more when I have the time. And if you want, connect with me on LinkedIn or send me an email if you have any questions. Thank you.
Nope, just wait.
Okay.
Thank you for your absolutely great and fresh perspective on Zabbix monitoring. And everyone is very interested. How deep your wife is involved in all those projects? Does she assist or give you ideas or maybe something else?
She gives me ideas mostly by accident. But yeah, she now knows what's Zabbix, and she is actually like telling me that it would be nice to know that, hey, what's temperature in our garage, because we have some stuff which cannot survive in cold environment or something like that. So actually one of my blog posts did include like that, hey, thanks to Zabbix, we did decide that we don't put some stuff to our garage, instead we keep it inside our house.
Thank you. And a bit more technical question. Why did you decide to use a temperature sensor to check if dog is basically in her bed, not just an example, a simple pressure sensor?
I don't have pressure sensor.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, so a lot of use cases, like Janne said, you can find him during the summit. You can always connect with him. Hopefully he'll continue writing for our blog, and you'll see more use cases and content from him. Our next speaker is a Zabbix fan, a Zabbix partner. He has contributed quite a lot and developed many different integrations, and you've probably seen him before, either during our meetups or during previous summits, a long-term Zabbix fan. Let's welcome Wolfgang Alper, CEO from IntelliTrend Germany, with real-world examples for Zabbix integrations and extensions. Wolfgang, welcome.
Hello, my name is Wolfgang from IntelliTrend, and I have the pleasure today to be here, and I enjoyed so much, and I think you all enjoy to be here on presence this year. Yeah, and I'm going to share with you the presentation of real-world examples for integrations and extensions in Zabbix. And before I start with our examples, just some ideas or some info about how we did actually implement those extensions. So if these are front-end modules, then these front-end modules uses the official Zabbix front-end module API, which is very well documented. If these are back-end services or extensions to the back-end infrastructure of Zabbix, even in combination with Zabbix modules, then we are also using this Zabbix RPC API, which is maybe well known. I've seen a couple of workshops about the API integration. And this API can also be used within a front-end module. So in this case, you would use the front-end module API to integrate your front-end module into the Zabbix front-end framework. And within your module, you would then use the Zabbix API. And last but not least, some extensions I'm showing you are also using on top Zabbix database access. So let's start with the first one. And that is our host CSV importer. And the subline here says, I want to do it in Excel. And really that was the driving force to develop this front-end module. We have so many people, customers we're working with, requesting that they say we would like to, design or list our systems, our host in a spreadsheet, assign the host groups, assign the templates, all these sort of things. And once we have done this, we would like to import it in Zabbix. That should somehow be possible, yeah? But actually, it's not somehow possible. I mean, you can export and import hosts. You can use it using the template definition that works. But this CSV importer is missing. So we just simply created a new front-end modules, and the requirement was that it should allow a simple import from CSV files, and you should be able to actually define your host, define the host interfaces, define the templates, define the host groups, and then it should be easy to implement it. Here you see a screenshot of the Zabbix menu, and where it shows up as a native front-end module. And that is how the extension looks like. It's just very simple, very straightforward. There's a checkbox, there's a combo box, there's an upload button, and then you upload your stuff, and then it will be imported. And also there's an example button, and the example button, if you click on that example button, then you get a sample spreadsheet, so you know how you have to name your fields if you would create your own one. Very, very easy, very straightforward, very simple, but quite useful. Yeah, and that is how the import process looks like. So you import your stuff, then you have a preview, and if you are happy with your preview, then you can finally create the systems in Zabbix. We made this module available on GitHub, so feel free to download it and use it. And it's also maybe, if you have not that much experience with Zabbix front-end modules development, then it might be a good starting point for you to create your own one, because it provides some functionality, has some form function, you upload some stuff, you process it, and so on. So it's useful. So it's good on its own, and it's a good starting point as well. Now I would like to show you the next one, the next example for a front-end module. That is our host group modules, our admin host group module. And the subline shows something like, or subtitle shows something like, I want to manage the IT by myself. And really, that was the driving factor for us to develop this module, initially also for a specific customer request. You might remember the talk from yesterday from Nathan. Very, very nice talk. Thank you, Nathan, by the way. Very nice talk, and he mentioned how to structure things in Zabbix, how you can set up your Zabbix and keep Zabbix organized. And one important part of this talk was how to actually design and work with host groups, and how you set them up and how you define them at least. And as you know, I just heard we have a couple of new Zabbix certified specialists and professionals here. Yeah, so you all know that there's one specific role required if you want to play with host group settings, and that is the super admin role, right? So on one hand, So would like to, so on one hand you would like to actually design your host groups in a way that your specific IT department needs the hosts to be organized. And on the other hand, this requires a super admin role, and certainly you do not want to give any of your Zabbix users the super administrator role. So that is where this module comes in. So the requirements are that we have a front-end module that allows you to create host groups actually without having or without being a super admin. However, it still requires you to be a Zabbix administrator, and it gives you limited access to your host groups, that you can set up child host groups based on the parent host group you have wide access to. That's the idea, yeah. And this one is really, really helpful. I can tell you, we do a lot of transitions where we migrate isolated different monitoring systems within a company into a more centralized approach. And this one really helped a lot because people have, before the transition, 100% responsible for their own environment. They can do what they want. They are the master admin. And when moving into the centralized approach, they no longer have this master admin role in most cases. So this one really helped a lot. Yeah? And it's fairly easy to use. It's very easy to use. Yeah? Same stuff. It's a front-end model, very simple. You just select your host group. So you just, in the combo box, you see only those host groups you have wide access to in your role, in your permission system. And then you can create a subgroup, and basically that's it. And you can work from there. So very useful extension, very helpful, and have been working excellent for us. And I hope it will help you too. And we made it also available on GitHub. Feel free to download. Look how we did it. Maybe you improve it. Maybe you have got a feature request. I don't know. It's up to you. So we make it open source. Yeah, take it. The next one is a little bit more complicated, a little bit different, and that is an extension we developed for service monitoring. And the subline here says what makes up a service. So let me just start with our idea of service monitoring. So what is service monitoring in our understanding? So this example shows a web shop service, and this web shop service is built up on 3 services, which is a front-end service, a cache service, and a database service. So nothing special here. And each of that services itself is based on a cluster. So many hosts build this service. And if everything is working fine, we say that our service is in an okay state, so there's no problem, everything is fine. Now let's look into that we have a failure in our front-end server, so some servers are not working properly, then we can say that our front-end service has an issue. Our web shop service will still function. It will have a performance impact, maybe. It might be degraded. It might be able to serve the same amount of users in the same time. But in general, our service will still work. So we will consider this service to be in a warning state. It's not really a problem in the sense of it doesn't work, but it's not okay either. Yeah. So I think all of you know exactly what I'm talking about here. Now, if all of the front-end servers are down, then certainly the web shop won't be available. Yeah, I can promise you. So our web shop will be in a problem state here, and that's really a problem if this is happening. Different story for the cache service. In this example, all of the cache server are down. No cache server is running, which means our cache service is down, is in a real problem state. Nothing is working there. Does it mean our web shop service is down? No, our web shop service works. It works with a degraded performance, but it's still working. So what I'm trying to make here, the point that I'm making in the slide is that on one hand, we have the requirement that all of the front-end servers are gone, our web shop service will go away, while on the other hand, if all of the cache servers are down, then our service is still functioning. So we have different ways, we need to interpret this data in a different way. That's the point I'm making here. And the last point I'm making to make things more complicated is the example of our database service. Yeah? In this slide, we see that the database service is down, although one of the database server is still running. And we have a company policy here in place that says to avoid a split brain situation, at minimum, we require 2 database servers up and running. And this condition failed. It's just only 1 database server up and running, and that's why we consider our service to be in a problem state. So what I'm trying to say is service definitions can be complex, can have individual requirements, and it's not that easy and obvious on the first glance what service definition is made of. So how do the advanced services help that we, designed for Zabbix on top of the Zabbix service offering? The idea was that we integrate with the Zabbix service definition. So we're using the original Zabbix services as they are defined in Zabbix. We have service configuration still based on host and tags. There's a custom front-end module, and the important part is that it has some sort of a node-style visualization. So the idea was that we can really see the service in the front-end module. We can see the service definition. We would like to get a visual idea about how the service looks like in real time. And it also required some checks to make sure we have no misconfiguration. We have just seen the service chart, the service definition, and you can imagine there are a lot of system involved and there are a lot of dependencies and relations, and you can easily screw that up in the configuration. And to do all the service calculation, to do it in real time, to pass it over to the front end, etc., we needed to have an additional back-end server that does all of the heavy lifting. Yeah? Or we have to go to Zabbix and ask them to change the Zabbix server engine, yeah? Which we might do, I don't know. So far we have a back-end server. And of course, no modification to the Zabbix source code and initially developed for, etc. So how does it look like? This is a front-end. That is a front-end component. Very easy. Looks like a dashboard, and you see immediately how many service definitions, how many services are defined, how many hosts involved, how many triggers are related and contribute to the service definition, and then we see a list of services with a service state. Now that is nothing special. That looks pretty simple. But the interesting part comes if you open up a service definition. Then you see a flowchart, a diagram, and this one is not configured by, it's not created by you in terms of that you design a dashboard. It's calculated on the service definition in real time. So if you make a change to your service definition, then this flowchart will change in real time. And you can see in real time on the right-hand side, for example, we see hosts. In this slide, we see 2 hosts here. And you can see in real time which trigger makes up the host definition. You can see the trigger state, and you can see how the internal calculation for all the trigger states contribute to the final service state. And this is, again, updated in real time. This is a very simple example. We can do more complex examples. They're auto-scale, and you can zoom and do all this fancy stuff. Yeah. On the right-hand side, we see a couple of hosts. Those hosts show up the triggers that made up the service definition. We can see, again, here in real time, the color indicating that we have in the middle some issues. Yeah, like, I think that is a laser here. Yeah, like here, for example, we see that we have some issues. And how they contribute here, how the calculation is done, yeah. So, and that is all done in real time, and that effectively on the left-hand side shows you how we contribute to the services here. So this is a more complex setup of advanced services. Very, very useful, very helpful, and yeah, we have it in place in many customer sites. The next example I would like to share with you is about big data and big data in cloud environments. Now, and the topic here is metric streamer capture the value of metrics and events in large data sets. And I have to admit, I had better titles in the past, so this one really looks looks quite awful, quite technical. But in fact, it's what it's about. It's about capturing values for metrics, historical values, so the measurements by themselves, and events in large data sets. And imagine the following. Imagine that you have a larger corporation. You're working in cloud environments like in Amazon Cloud, in Google Cloud, or in Azure, whatever. You're running maybe your stuff in clusters, in Kubernetes clusters, or in hybrid clouds. And you have different monitoring systems. And that is usually the case if you're working in larger environments. There's not just one monitoring system, there are many monitoring systems. There is a vendor-specific monitoring system for Wi-Fi, for a power plant, for an energy generator, for a radio transmission station, you name it. So many different options. And these usually work on their own. And that's why I call them A, B, C, D, just to give them some name. And the idea in this project was that this big data collection thing, that we combine all the data from all the different data sources and put them to a central place, collect them in a central place. And then we can work with this data more centralized. So we can get access to data A, B, C, D, can combine them and can work with them. That's the idea here. So let's say we have different applications, like specific applications that would like to join this data. We have maybe a specific dashboard that does something, or specific business analyzers. That all would be possible because in this centralized data collection pool, we could access data of all of the systems. And the really nice part of this approach, if we follow this approach, if we think about this approach, the nice part would be that in this case, an integration from one monitoring system to another in terms of metrics, so like the historical values, but also in terms of events like alerts, is very easy to implement because there's no tight coupling any longer between two monitoring systems. Monitoring system, in this case here, this monitoring system would just subscribe to the central data collection bus in the same way as the application do here. Very, very simple approach, gives a lot of flexibility. So imagine this, you have some Wi-Fi specific infrastructure, you have your IP telephony infrastructure, you operate on a worldwide level, you have specific vendors that monitor this stuff, and you put all of this data in a central location, and then you can access it from anywhere and can combine it the way you want. Yeah? It's really a powerful idea. So to make this powerful idea a real-world idea, to implement it in Zabbix, what do we need to do? And what we need to do is we need to be able to publish from Zabbix either events, so trigger stuff like temperature is above 25 degrees, but also we need to provide the measurements from Zabbix, so the historical value that can be processed by different systems. And in the same way, we need to consume those values from other systems within Zabbix. So that's basically the design idea. So the requirements we have here is values of metrics and events must be exported using the JSON data format. So that is the common format across all of those systems. Exported data must be somehow transformable, which means that if I provide data in the Zabbix way, then some other systems would like to consume it in a different way. So we need to have the option to transform the data, very similar to the Zabbix preprocessors allows to preprocess data before they're finally stored. Exported data must be somehow filterable, so you don't want to export any of your data, but you want to export specific data, like you want to export your Wi-Fi vendor specific Riga data, for example, for an application. And we should be able to support different data sinks, so where the data is finally worked with. And we have actually a Kafka and NSQ. These are message brokers. Some of you will know them very well, I guess. And also we have database as a data sink from a type or flat file. And it should be possible to have multiple relations between data sources and data sinks on one hand based on filter settings. I will show it in a slide in a minute. And from a performance perspective, the requirement was about to roughly handle between 30 and 50K values per second, with this transformer stuff. And because it's a sensitive application in terms of it's a turntable, it provides data from system A to B and vice versa. So it's an important part of your monitoring infrastructure, if you put it this way. The software should be monitored by Prometheus or should have native monitoring options for Zabbix. Yeah, and it should, of course, work in cloud environments. Yeah? In fact, that was developed to work in a Kubernetes cluster environment. So that is a very, very simple idea about the design, very basic. Yeah? This example uses as a data sink a Kafka message broker, as a message bus thing. And those of you working with MQTT and IoT are pretty familiar with the idea of a message broker, I say. We have on the left-hand side, we have our Zabbix Monitoring 1 system, and that is providing some specific data that it's publishing, that is collecting on one hand, but publishing. And you see we make a difference here between the metrics and the events. And on the other hand, we have this specific vendor monitoring system, this one here, the third-party one. And here we have our subscribers. Yeah? And you see that Zabbix 2 here also is interested in the metrics and alerts from our specific vendor system. Yeah? So that is the scenario we've just seen on the slides before. So that is the idea of the design. Then this is the actual implementation. And on the left-hand side, you see different data sources. So where can data come from? Could be different systems, could be database. We have a special understanding for the Zabbix database, so we understand what the tables are, what the API does, and how this data is structured. But in general, we can work with anything. One nice input here is the data source webhook. So every time you call this webhook, you can pass over to this webhook additional data the way you like. So it's in some sort of universal integration. It even works with very easy with Zabbix alerts, for example. You just set a webhook and say if the trigger fires, then it should call this webhook. Then you would have it on the message bus here. And then you see the component, the router component, and really what this one does is it defines the relation between the data source on the left-hand side, the filter settings, so which metrics I'm interested in, and which transformers and which data sinks are then finally put together. Yeah? So that's the routing component. So you can say, I would like to get all the webhooks with some specific information inside through the router using this line here, transformer 4, transformer 1, and that should be on the Kafka topic XYZ, for example, being published. So very flexible. The green ones are transformers. We have two types of transformers. We have template transformer and we have JavaScript transformer. If someone is familiar with the Golang language, yeah, these are Golang templates, native Go templates that can be used as transformer, but the most common one is really the JavaScript transformer, and they work pretty much in the same way as you would expect them when you look to the Zabbix JavaScript preprocessors. They work pretty much the same way. And you can chain them any way you like. So that is the implementation. Here's an example, and if for those who are familiar with the Zabbix API, please note this is not a get item call. In fact, that is the data for just one historical value. This one is usually what you get. Yeah? So what we do is every single historical value is enriched with metadata coming for the item and coming for the host and coming for flags, tags, host groups, etc. Yeah? So that produces a mass of data. And that is why we need the data transformers. Because it could be that someone would like to create an application where he would like to get access to the real-time data for example, the Wi-Fi connection in this conference room. He would like to get information about the host, alerts, blah, blah, blah. Yeah? And you just want to have, for example, the name here, this one. You just want to show up the name on the dashboard. So you can discard all of the stuff here. He just wants to have this ID, maybe the clock and the value, and this name here. We provide first of all, anything, and the transformer defined by our administrator who's using the system. The transformer then transforms the data in a way that he wants to use it. And this is an example of the JavaScript transformer, yeah, of how to use it. And those guys, there was a workshop also for JavaScript script item type today's morning. Yeah, if you joined that one, then this one should be really familiar to you. So we have a function transform, it gets the input, which is all the raw data we just have seen on the previous slide. And then you can do transformations any way you want. You can rename stuff, you can discard stuff, and you can also create new values. Like in this example, we create a new value called non-zero, and this non-zero is depends on the value of some value of your historical data here. Very easy to use, and you can chain, combine, whatever you want. Yeah. So very flexible. So the tons of data we saw on the previous slide is just reduced to 1, 2, 3, 4 attributes for each entry, which is fine, which is exactly what, in this case, our application maybe requires. So these are the metric streamer implementation. I said on the first slide, starting with its topics, that there is somehow the ability to monitor the performance of the application, very similar to, for example, you would monitor a Zabbix proxy performance or would monitor the Zabbix server performance. So we do pretty much the same thing here. So we have a template that defines some metrics, which are overall metrics. And then we are using the wonderful low-level discovery feature from Zabbix and allow to discover all of the data things, all of the root definitions, and all of the data sources automatically. And here you see the prototype definitions, and then it will create all of this, and you can monitor this metric streamer big data collector in real time using Zabbix or using Prometheus. Which leads me to the last one, yeah? And the last one is, I said 5 examples, so that was the 4th example, now we are with the 5th example. And the 5th example is a simplified front-end access. And the simplified front-end access with self-provisioning, and many thanks here to the team of the Second German Television, by the way, for their valuable feedback. They really made the app better. Is, yeah, we had very, very simple scenario. So we have people, different people using Zabbix actually, yeah, and they have different needs. I mean, some would like to get this high-level view, like this red, yellow, and green view for example, a service. It's fine, it's a manager view. I just want to know, does our web shop service work or not? And that's fine. And we have people working with the stuff, and they need to have all the core details. They need to understand that there's a ping missing, that the process is memory low, you know, all of this. I mean, we are on a monitoring conference. So different requirements for different group of people. And here the requirements have been that we need some very simple dashboard-like view. We need easy access to open and close problems, because that is what most time people deal with. Easy access to related metrics and their values. Related means metrics related to a problem, not to a host. Ability to acknowledge or comment on problems. The functionality you use from your Zabbix dashboard already, but that should be possible here as well. And from a self-provisioning perspective, these both are very important, these ones here. Configure notifications themselves and configure maintenance themselves. So currently it's a way that if you would like to configure a notification, you have to set up an alert, you make sure that you have the proper host group or user group or media types, whatever. And people just want to have a very simple access saying, I'm interested in getting notified if in this group something happens with a severity of at minimum warning, for example. Yeah, support for multiple Zabbix servers should be possible, and of course no modification to Zabbix source code to be update safe. That is the software design. On the left-hand side we see our Zabbix infrastructure, yeah, front-end Zabbix server, Zabbix database, very easy. Then we have in the middle our what we call IntelliTrend server, who does all the heavy lifting and uses the Zabbix API to talk to the Zabbix infrastructure. Has its own database to do some caching, some optimized queries, etc. And then we have what is called a gRPC proxy, because we are talking here gRPC, and gRPC is the Google's microservice protocol. So if you're using Kubernetes, if you're using Docker, if you're using this microservice stuff, you will find that most of them is based on gRPC. It's HTTP2 binary protocol. Yeah? If you're interested in very interesting, visit grpc.io and then you can read all of the stuff. So we are using this protocol, by the way, to be more efficient. And then we have a web client using HTTPS, and that finally connects them to this infrastructure. And this is how the simplified front-end access implementation looks like. That is a screen here. And it's important to notice that, for example, we have here this My Alert subscription and My Maintenance settings. And really, it's as simple as that. You select a host or a host group here. You select the severity, and then you can define where you would like to get notifications on it. Will be a slide, I guess. Yeah, but that is how it looks like. These are the pages with the issues. Yeah, with the problems, and then you can click on a host, or you can click on details. In this case, we are clicking on details, get all the details. It shows here the related items, those defined in the trigger definition. And then you can, for example, say, I would like to get a graph over the last 1 day, 30 days, 70 days, whatever you would like to get, and then can you see this information. Yeah. So very easy to use. This is nothing new here. I know that is no new information. That's all coming from Zabbix and from the Zabbix API. But the point is, it's very easy to use. It's very easy to access. Yeah, and give some quality of life improvements, like this self-provisioning stuff, for example. Yeah, I promise that that the self-provisioning is an important part. So, for example, if you would set up a maintenance here, very easy. You just select a group or a simple system. You just click on this icon here, which should show you that it's something with work, with maintenance. You just click on that, and then your system is set on maintenance. And if you're ready, you click again and set, I stop maintenance, and then can make a choice whether you would use data collection or not, apply to subgroups or not. It's very well integrated. Requires, of course, sufficient permissions. Yeah, front-end access, the same thing. You select the severity, and everything is fine. Yeah, advertise mode on. Yeah, feel free. We are giving away 20 subscriptions here. So if you you would like to give us a visit at our booth, and you have a chance to get something for free. Other than that, we made a mobile app for that one here, and it's available on iOS and Android, and it's great. It's working really good. So thank you so much for listening. Yeah, and and that's it. Yeah, that's. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. People can find you right outside, right, and talk to you about the different solutions that you just presented. You guys are very much welcome. Catch Wolfgang, connect to him on LinkedIn or wherever. And if you want to see more details about any of these or hear more details from him, then just ask away. He's a very open, nice guy. He'll gladly talk to you about these. All right, time for a coffee break. We're a bit late, but we'll still have a 30-minute, 30-minute coffee break. So can someone tell me what's the time right now? It's 12:17. So 12:45, let's be back. Continue at 12:45. Enjoy, guys.
Hi guys, welcome to the day 2 of Zabbix Summit. For those of you who just joined us, I'm Marina and I'm showing you what's happening here during coffee and lunch breaks, so you can also feel like you are present here with us. And let's see what do we have here today. And behind me are 2 Zabbix booths, and let's go talk to other people maybe. We have people just coming, just going out from the speech. And there's my friend. Hello, Tatiani.
Hi.
This is Tatiani from Uniredi.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm so fine, enjoying the conference.
Great. And Tatiani has been with us in the very first Zabbix Summit 10 years ago. And can you tell us a bit more about that event? How was it? How did it all started?
Yeah, in fact, I was at the first event, but at the time I didn't attend the conference, but all the parties and the stuff because
yes.
I was not at the event. But I knew some old friends and partners here, and now I am having the opportunity of meeting this old friend again. No?
Oh, yeah, this is amazing. And are you happy to be here after a 2-year break? 2 years of COVID?
Yeah, I was so excited to meet the people again, and for us, this is the main event. Uniredi is a partner since 2008. And then I think we were one of the first partners of Zabbix, no? And we use a lot of these solutions to our business too. And it's a great opportunity to share information, share use cases, very interesting, and it's a nice event.
Okay, great. And did your business also grow during these years? How did your company change?
All our business is based on Zabbix and the service that we can provide to apply new technologies and in different ways in our business and our clients' projects, no? And for us. This solution is a very important thing to use in our job today. No?
Great, thank you so much. And Uniredi is a well-known name in Latin America, and we are happy to have you here today.
See you.
See you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's go look around. Let's see what we have on there. Hi, guys. And there is another sponsor booth we haven't visited yet. Let's see what you guys have here. Hi. Can we ask you some questions?
Yes, please.
You said that H5 network is a leader in network and application performance intelligence. But can you tell us a bit more what that means? What is performance intelligence?
Okay. So what we do here with H5, we are providing information about the performance and the monitoring of the flow on the network. So we give the possibility to the customer and the enterprise to have information about what if does the network run fine, does the customer are happy with this network, if there is something to fix, we can help them to fix the problem.
Okay, and you've been talking yesterday about the flow integration.
Yes.
And in a few words, for those who might miss your presentation, what is that?
Okay, so NetFlow is a standard that's provided by the network equipment. So what we can do with our solution, it is to collect all this information, to produce metrics, and give this information into the Zabbix environment with a plugin we developed. And that will get the opportunity to Zabbix user to see when there is something, a big throughput on the network, to see what the IP, what the application, what the protocol, who is running, what application is running on the network, what the customer do with the network, and try to fix and help to make a decision about that.
Oh, great, thank you. I believe your customers should really appreciate that.
Okay,
Thanks,
nice
talking to you. Okay, so we have more people enjoying their coffee here. And there is one more booth. Some interesting guys. We have Victoria from MySQL here. And hi, you know, the first question I wanted to ask you all this time, me and my colleagues often have an argument. Is the correct pronunciation MySQL or MySQL?
Well, in reality, there is no correct pronunciation. Everyone pretty much calls it how they like.
Okay, so both ways are correct.
The real pronunciation would be MySQL.
Wow.
You know why?
Why?
Because actually the name of the database goes after the name of the first daughter of the guy who originally wrote the first MySQL code, who is a Swedish girl called Mu.
Thank you, that's a good start. And I've heard that you have recently launched the Heatwave on AWS, and you get a lot of information about Heatwave product here. So how did it go for you?
So it went pretty well. Heatwave on AWS was actually announced. It's going to be available end of October, like worldwide. And well, Heatwave, it is a component for MySQL deployed out of cloud platforms to enhance the execution of analytic workloads, which was what was all the time missing a bit from MySQL.
Great, thank you. And are you enjoying the summit here today? How's the summit going for you?
Well, this is the best conference which I usually attend, honestly. It's going great so far.
It's so nice to hear, and we know you travel a lot. You told everyone yesterday. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was good talking to you. And let me check what we have here. Hi guys, are you enjoying the summit here today?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, and this is actually another Zabbix sponsor, Frederick from Nutricia. Hi.
Hey.
How are you today?
Very good, very good.
And
proud because we had this certificate from the States.
oh yeah, nice. And the guys came here from Sweden. Can you tell us a bit more about your company and what kind of services you provide?
Yeah, we've been working with monitoring services for a long time, but we discovered Zabbix for 3 years ago, and after that we decided that we would go all in with Zabbix. So we are pretty much working with monitoring in IT automation solutions, and today it's 100% Zabbix. And we are working with all types of customers in Sweden, so it's big government and small private companies. So we have had a lot of good information these days. So we are looking forward to work as an MSP. And with these new contracts, we will reach out to many customers who are smaller and don't afford those big contracts. So
that's great. And what would be the best thing about Zabbix Summit for you? Probably, except that when you were on stage, but something else.
This is the first time, so it has been overwhelming good. It's like a big family. You can share thoughts and ideas and solutions with everyone. The first time we met Zabbix in real life, it was this spring. We were here in Riga. We started with Zabbix under the pandemic, so it was just online meetings 2 first years. So this is so nice. Yeah.
And nice to see you here in Riga in person.
Thank you.
All right, guys, thanks for watching, and we are going to go back into the room and hear more presentations soon. So bye.
All right, so let's continue. I can see people still joining in from the hall. Guys, time to get the show going. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the break, had a breather, and we're gonna have our next set of speeches in a moment. Before that, so as I said, during the morning, some of you passed the certified user and certified specialist exams. And during the summit, we wanted to sort of give special acknowledgments to our veteran trainers, right? They've been training you throughout the years. They've been making sure that you get the Zabbix knowledge, that you get the experience to the practical tasks, that you learn about different complex terms that Zabbix sort of consists of, like low-level discovery, service monitoring, master-dependent items, HA, and whatnot. So we need to give appreciation to those people. So first, I'd like to congratulate and have a round of applause for trainers that have been with us, that have been Zabbix trainers for 5 years already. Let's have a round of applause for our veteran 5-year trainers. Come on, guys. They've been teaching you, they've been passing the knowledge, they've been supporting you. So let's mention them. First off, we'd like to welcome on the, not necessarily on the stage, but to receive their gift, we'd like to invite Patrick Uterhoven. Welcome, Patrick. Thank you for being a Zabbix trainer for 5 years already. Patrick, I can see Patrick is, yes, coming over here. And with me here, I have our chief trainer, Kaspers. You've probably communicated with him to some extent. He's been the one that's been developing the trainings, updating them as things change. And yeah, thank you, Patrick, by the way. Thank you. There's your certificate. It's a very nice certificate. Place it on your nightstand, and always remember that you've been with us for already 5 years. Next up, I'd like to congratulate Christian Anton. Welcome, Christian. I know that you're, yeah, I can see you getting up. Yeah, we got trainers from all over the place, spreading the knowledge, teaching Zabbix. There you go, there's the certificate. Yeah, show it off. It's a nice looking certificate. Next up, Brian van Bekel. Welcome on the stage. Brian, do we have, yeah, I can see Brian approaching. And if some of these trainers have taught you in the past, then give special appreciation, you know, shout them out, thank them. I know that I've worked with these guys and they're masters at their craft. 5 years, Brian, yes. And here's to 5 more years and maybe 10 more years then, and so on. Next up, we have Elaine Ganushad. I'm butchering the last name, but Elaine, welcome on the stage. Let's see, do we have Elaine? No, okay. So we'll thank Elaine now and we'll give him the gifts later. One of our own Zabbix trainers, Alexey Pustovalov. Do we have him here? Alexey. Let's have a round of applause, come on. Alexey. Do we see Alexey? Kaspers, do you see Alexey? Only yesterday, not? Okay, it's busy training, you know. He's probably teaching some folks Zabbix. Next up, let's welcome once again on the stage, Wolfgang Alper. Wolfgang, welcome. Is Wolfgang? He's still outside. Someone tell Wolfgang to come over here and take his certificate. We can meanwhile move to the next one. Yeah, put this aside. Wolfgang will be with us in a moment. Next up, 5 years as a Zabbix trainer, Dimitri Bellini. Well, yeah, let's do a round of applause. Dimitri was with us here sort of remotely. Yeah, I know. We'll give it to him later. But he's probably watching the recording, and that's why we have to sort of appreciate our trainers. Next up, we have Fabrizio Fantoni. Fabrizio, thank you. There's Wolfgang. Thank you, Fabrizio. Thank you, Wolfgang. Do we have Fabrizio? Do we see? Do we have? Okay, Fabrizio's maybe outside having a cup of coffee. Just to like. Wolfgang and Kaspers are having a moment. Okay. Steve Destivel, thank you. I know that Steve is somewhere around here. Let's have a round of applause. If he doesn't hear us, then he's outside and he should hear our applause and maybe then join us up. Okay, Steve. Let's let a man have his coffee. I mean, he deserves it. He's been a trainer for 5 years, so. And next up, I know that this guy's currently a bit busy. He's probably working out at the gym or something. He's a buff dude that all of you guys know. Dimitris Lamberts. Let's give a round of applause to him. Dimitri is the guy that taught me Zabbix, so that's a special place in my heart for this guy. Okay, and next up, we have a set of trainers that have been training Zabbix for 10 years. Can you imagine? Let's have a round of applause for our 10-year Zabbix trainers. Yeah, that's right. 10 years of Zabbix, of training Zabbix. Imagine how many people they've taught. First off, we'd like to welcome Kodai Terashima. Kodai, welcome on the stage. 10 years of training Zabbix. I can see Kodai coming, yeah. Know your heroes, guys. He's taught many people Zabbix. Kodai, thank you a lot. Thank you, 10 years, can't imagine. Thank you. And next up, I know that this person is here definitely. You've probably chatted with him a bit. I'd like to welcome on the stage Luciano Alves. Welcome, Luciano. 10 years. Yeah, there we go. Make some noise. 10 years. Wow. Yeah, come on. Yeah, guys, 10 years. Thank you, Luciano. Yeah. Oh, okay. We can show the certificate. Show the certificate.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Congratulations. Know your veterans. These guys, they never get tired of Zabbix. They've been teaching many folks all over the globe. Like I said, these trainers, they've been teaching in Europe, Brazil, US, Japan. They've been spreading the word. All right. Let's continue with the speeches. Let's learn a couple of more new things. So, our next speech will focus on real-life use cases of business service monitoring. And I'd like to welcome on the stage our own Zabbix support engineer, trainer, consultant, Aleksandrs Petrovs-Gavrilovs. Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex, and some of you I already know, some of you I saw just a couple of days ago, some of you a bit earlier. And today I am going to speak about business service monitoring and use cases that we got for them. But before we'll actually continue to that, let's make a quick refresher to see what they are all about. So, of course, and probably a lot of you know that picture, the idea is that we have services. We have services that we provide them, of course, to our customers. Maybe we, again, just provide, as service internally, but in any way, we have services and they are based on something. They are based on hardware, they are based on software, and there is always something that we forget about, something on all those services are based on. So maybe something, a piece of software that, again, was maintained for a lot of years. And what is business service monitoring? It is, of course, a possibility to monitor your business, to see what exactly is going on with your business, depending on what exactly is going on with your infrastructure. So, of course, again, usually it is important, quite important, to monitor the infrastructure itself. But for most of the people who are not admins, understanding what does it mean that let's say, a piece of hardware broke or is not available is not really clear. So a server is broke, what does that mean? I don't know. My business is working or not. So, and they, of course, want to know, is it working or not? And using business service monitoring, we can specifically see what exactly affects our business. So we can calculate SLAs, we can calculate SLOs, again, what we basically achieve currently. Do we meet the objectives that we set for ourselves? And then we can, of course, share the knowledge. We can share the knowledge between, again, maybe our own colleagues and maybe between our customers. So let's take again a reminder on how those services look like and what those are. So we do have a service tree. You know, we have a business, it is based on something. Maybe we, again, sell ice cream, then we, of course, have an ice cream truck that we might monitor, and if it breaks, probably we won't be able to do that. Or maybe we have something a bit more advanced, which, again, has a lot of different equipment, and this equipment, of course, is monitored. And again, there's a lot of equipment. So we can see in this example that we have the user services. They are based, again, on some web portal, help desk, maybe the phones, and phones, of course, also need to be plugged in into something. So they are plugged in into the PBX, and PBX is plugged in into the switch. Or again, maybe we have containers, maybe we have CRMs, and so on, a lot of different things. And of course, we usually do monitor them. But again, we are interested in the business perspective. And to see that business perspective, we need to go to the services. We need to go to the service configuration and again see that pretty basic yet efficient menu where we can specifically create services. And yeah, there's a lot of word services, but again, all is near, all is easy to understand. So we configure the tree, we can configure the actions, so what Zabbix will do in case something will happen with the services. We, of course, specify the SLA, so what we expect to actually achieve. And do some SLA reports to see did we achieve it or maybe not so much, and now we need to apologize to our customers or maybe to ourselves even. And the first thing, of course, again, is the basic service view. Well, most of you definitely know we can see it or we can edit it. And of course, depending on the situation, depending on what happens, service view is not, you know, always constantly looking the same. If we have problems, we see them in the service view. Again, we can see what exactly is affected. And again, we can even see immediately which host is also affected by the problem. And we do that not only by, again, defining which service is connected to which event, but also by defining, again, some specific identifiers for the services, the ones that are called tag, specifically service tags. And with the help of those service tags, we can, again, separate them to understand which service relates to what it affects, and to make it easier for us to build a report, or, again, to maybe do some actions in case a service is affected. And not only actions, but permissions too, so we can define who can see what. And of course, the reports themselves. So we can, again, define how things should be calculated, how, again, what will be our objective. Do we, again, want to achieve those 99%, maybe want to achieve 100%? Will our business work 24/7 or, again, on some specific schedule? Again, all of that, most of the time, most of you already know. What's interesting is the actual use cases. So how do we, or other Zabbix users, actually use that? So we have a couple of real business examples. So why, again, examples, why real business examples are better than just, you know, trying to immediately from the scratch figure out by yourself? Because, again, you maybe have a similar business. And you need that starting point. When you have that starting point, it's, of course, always faster to understand what you need. Do you need something similar? Can you build something similar? And just in, you know, a couple of moments, build your own business service monitoring. And that also gives us, again, better understanding what can we achieve and what can we use to, again, make our business service monitoring precise. So the first example will be the one that looks a bit convoluted. So this is, again, an actual financial institution. Of course, I cannot say the names. And as you can see, they have a lot. And all of that is interconnected. So when you try to build, just a graphical business tree, it may look a bit hard to understand. So this is connected to this. Emails, of course, are also related to customer services, since they need to communicate with the customers. And also, of course, emails will be used internally, so they are connected to the internal services. And again, it's hard to track what exactly is connected to what. And sometimes, there is even an additional level. So an example, in Zabbix, we will have some additional hardware and software that we need to monitor. And basically, again, clicking, imagine that you would click on any of those, you would see some additional layer of hardware. But we don't want that. We want a simple business tree, and they wanted a simple business tree. So, of course, it was built. So the first thing was to define what is the business. So they defined that it is, of course, a financial institution. And it has this small number 15 right there. So what exactly those 15 are? And those 15 are, again, the services that they actually have, the services that they use, again, maybe internally, or maybe providing to their customers. And we immediately can see that they are quite easily divided. What exactly is what? So we have accounting is based on something. We see that customer services include something, and so on. So they were divided into smaller categories, so they can find them a lot easier without trying to understand what exactly and where it is. Because by a single click, they immediately see what exactly each service is based on, and also, of course, see the actual SLA. And the best part of it, since just as we saw, all of their services, were intervened, judging by the tree. This was a child service of this was based on this was based on something else. And in the tree, just, a lot of lines, hard to understand. But in Zabbix, you can make, again, child services, and child services can be parents for their own child services. And they can be interconnected, meaning that whatever service will be affected, you will see immediately which parent services it also affects. So like in this example, we can see that we have accounting, we have Microsoft services, and all of them are, of course, in the internal services themselves. And again, if we will see that maybe Microsoft services will stop working, we will know that accounting will be affected, the internal services will be affected, and we will see the exact chain events, as do they, of what exactly went wrong in their organization, so they will be able to fix this. And of course, different services hit differently, so different services, some of them are more important, some of them are less important, because again, they have smaller impact, bigger impact, and in this case, we see, again, on a bit of a smaller scale, but how they define what exactly is. So, of course, they define if, a small amount of percentage of their services is affected, that probably is a warning, needs attention, but it doesn't have to be immediately a critical problem. But an example, if, again, 2 most critical services will be affected, that will be immediately a disaster, and they set a weight for it. And in example, the internet bank, and you can imagine that any bank now has specifically an internet bank, and if it falls, all the customers will be affected. Probably it will be in the news. So, of course, they want to see immediately, and they will, that, well, it's a disaster, and they will react faster, and not just like seeing, this service is down. I wonder, what did we have installed on it? Nobody remembers. But in the services, they immediately will see that, well, our internet bank is down, probably need to inform the customers. And, of course, they need to know, do they provide the services as they need to be provided? Are the services always available? How often is that always? So they use, again, reports for that, which we can create in the report section. And in this case, of course, they have a lot of different reports. So for accounting, to know if, we always buy licenses, in their case, they buy licenses in time, is an example. The software which is used by accounting is always available, so they can provide their customers with any, again, financial reports that needed, and so on, and so on. And all of this can be in quite, I would say, a simple form, yet efficient form, where they can see, again, by weeks, years, or days, how it was today, was the service provided as expected today. Or again, of course, a dashboard can be built. A dashboard can be built which will contain the reports, which will contain the actual values, what is up based on the specific service, what is not, and, well, what is the overall situation during the, again, days, months, and years for them, so they can plan ahead. They can, again, buy new software, buy new licenses, buy new equipment, and always be ahead, again, of whatever might happen with their quite sensitive environment. And permissions also can be different. As you know, when something breaks, usually the first people to know is maybe some internal support team, because, well, they already know, they already try to fix, but they still get those calls, they get updates like, what is going on? Why is this not working? And then, of course, they need to also reply, and then they need to explain, and they need to fix at the same time. So you can, and they do provide, again, their accounting and management with views, with specific views limited by permissions they actually need, they actually are interested in, to make sure, again, they will see only what is easy for them to understand and immediately, again, make a decision what should be done next if needed. Not to just get calls, not to just waste time explaining what is going on, just to show for them what exactly is going on. And, of course, users will see the most important information. So they will log in, they will have just a couple of buttons, because now, again, you can limit what users see, and the management will be able just to, you know, make this click and see what is going on. No need to try to understand what exactly this configuration means. Do I need to go to the configuration? No, you don't. You just go, again, to the services, and you see what's going on with your services, and so do they. And of course, again, not always management is watching on the dashboard. I know some managements do, but again, they don't have to, since you can, again, notify them about the state of the services. So you can notify accounting based on, again, the licenses, which you monitor through the services. Did they expire or not? Again, you can notify administrator on the shift when something internal is broken, so this administrator can check it. And again, everything in their environment is separated, so everyone gets informed about what they should and see what they want to see, and not just everything around. And another example, a managed service provider example. This is actually used pretty frequently, and this is one that is easier to see even in this view. So as you can see, everything is pretty simple. It's a hosting company. They do have customers. Customers use services. And there are some internal services which can be used also by the customers and internally, like an example, Zabbix itself. So this is also, again, I think quite frequently used by the Zabbix users who actually use the services. And it's really, really easy to build. So we can see we have the main service, which is in this case hosting. It is divided in just customers, hosting services, they provide, and the monitoring itself, because in this case, customers also get access to the Zabbix. So they can go into the Zabbix and check, like, is actually the service I buy works as I expect? So they can easily log in and see exactly that. And we can see each customer, again, is separately named. Of course, those are not real names, as you can guess. And they will be able to log in and see what exactly is going on. Of course, depending on what is actually going on, they have also differently assigned which service is more important. And in this case, not services, but the customers. And of course, all customers are equal, all customers are important, and all customers deserve a proper service. So, of course, they, again, define that each customer will weigh equally. And as soon as basically, again, any customer has a problem, it will be a high severity, and they will immediately see who this customer is, and they will be able to assist them. And of course, if you have, a bigger installation, this is a small rebuild of the actual installation. So if you have hundreds of customers, probably you won't go to the weights, and you still want to, simplify things. You can use the percentage, and in their case, they do. So we can just specify which, again, amount of customers, in example, should have problems to understand. Is it something individual, so only this customer is affected, or is it something global and everyone now is, again, everything is down and it's basically a panic attack and we need to fix everything immediately. And as I said, each customer can be informed individually, and this is the same case. So we can quite simply just, again, by properly naming the services, define that Genevieve should have access only to her services, right? So she will log in and she will immediately see what exactly is going on. So what services does she even buy? What does she pay for? And is it provided? And that's, again, exactly what's happening in this situation. So they can log in and they can see maybe, again, their VM is not reachable, and probably call the provider and say, do you know about this, guys? And of course they will say we do and we already fixed. And not only the service view. So each customer does have their own dashboards where they can see, again, what they buy and how are they using that. So in case of the hosting, they can, in example, monitor the traffic going through their VMs, overall usage of resources, statuses, and of course the SLA reports to understand, do we, or the hosting company in this case, meet whatever terms they defined in the agreement. So it's clear and everybody understands what is going on and is it working as expected. And of course, still everyone gets notified, so each customer will be notified separately about their own problems related to their own services that are provided by this specific hosting company. So again, monitoring infrastructure is great, we all should do that, but we shouldn't forget about the business monitoring. So we should monitor it from both perspectives, and if possible, I think it's always a good idea to, again, provide this view as an MSP to the customers of your own, so they can see what do they have, and they can always see that we meet the standards we define for ourselves. And of course, there will maybe not a lot of visualization shown specifically for the services, but we do constantly improve them, and they, again, will become more visual with time. Thank you.
So thanks a lot. Now we have seen some real use cases of business service monitoring. You can always find Aleksandrs here. He's one of our support engineers and trainers, and just ask him for advice and help with your business service monitoring setup. Next up, our next two speeches will be focused on something completely different. We will have two speeches, I think it's two, dedicated to extending your Zabbix frontend. We had a workshop related to this this morning. Some of you maybe attended it. So now that you have some basic knowledge, you can see some broader examples of how it can be applied. So for our first speaker covering this topic, sort of giving an intro into it, we have Tomas Hermanek, CEO at Initmax from Czech Republic, and he will talk about enhancing Zabbix frontend with your own widget modules. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's glad to be here. I am really excited to be here. First of all, I have permission from ICT use banana again. I want to ask you, if I raise my hand, if you can say banana again. Banana! Perfect. Right now, I can start my presentation finally. We have something like slightly different, because Evgeny, he has presentation after me, and he has something like deep dive into modules, and I have something like showing what you can do in modules, and also with some hands-on examples. Also, I mentioned on my end something about our communities and something like that. First of all, something about what is an Initmax. Please, we have something like 5 slides about our company, and I explain this later. First of all, this is our services. Finally, we have Zabbix monitoring solution, and this is great and best solution ever Alexey. Thank you. Another one is log management and Wazoo. We are also using this and exporting some data in Zabbix. I talk about this later. We have something like open source IDM solutions, and again, we are trying to export everything what we can into Zabbix, and also I have some examples later. DevOps automatization. We have something like co-working in Zabbix and under the automatization stuff about do something automatization about installing Zabbix, and also some really tricky tasks about monitoring and how to expand or extend your whole environment. Another one is PostgreDBA. We have a really nice guy in our team, and also all our Zabbix instances, we are working with Postgres. Really nice extension is timescale DB, and also we have some clustering about this. Actually, it's Patrony. And on this side, everything what I actually say, it's everything we are trying to make Zabbix better. Also, we have some certification. I'm so excited because we have 2 certified experts and 1 trainer with me. And also our customer. We have Alza.cz, it's biggest retailer in Czech Republic. Also, you maybe can know from different countries. And also, we have another customer with name O2. It's the almost biggest Telefonica company in Czech Republic. And I was super excited because this company, it gives us the opportunity to make this widget, what you can see on our slides. Oh, sorry. We have also Saska. I maybe forgot. It's our youngest customer. This customer is actually doing some bad works about the numbers and games and something like this. It's online and also on-site, some really nice stuff. And also this company, we hope we can make something different in Zabbix. We have DHL, Tieto, and Aleph Nula. All this company is our something like daily used friends, and we are talking together and we are trying to push Zabbix out. We also have some push requests inside Zabbix, and all these partners is something like special for us because when we need something to do completely special, we have partners where we can talk, hey, it can be possible, and say, hey, it's great, we can give you money if you want to do this, it's perfect. And also, my company, it's the team of 7 people, including me, in Zabbix. We have also different part of my company, but all these people is really excited in Zabbix, and I want to have these people on my slides. Okay, start with the presentation. History of Zabbix UI. Zabbix UI modules is first introduced in version 5.0, and we don't have some examples for this. And we are still thinking how we can do something. And we hit some borders in Zabbix, I think 1 year ago, and we say, hey, we have Zabbix UI modules, and we can start thinking how we can use it. It's pretty nice, because in version 6.4, it's be completely rewritten, and it be nicer. I have also a slide about this. It's really simple to install these modules. Also, you can see, I think, from Wolfgang, he has a really nice module about the something you can visual in your front end, you can check the code, and you can also find some really nice topics about this on GitHub. It's completely right in PHP and JavaScript. PHP is fine, but JavaScript, it's a little pain in the ass sometimes. Okay, we have documentation in Zabbix page. Installation and configuration. It's actually 4 steps. First steps is you just go in your machine, find where is your frontend installed, go on this part, just copy by, for example, in our example is git clone, your previously used or favorite module, and it's it. On your system, everything is done. Next step is go into administration, click on general, modules, and on the right side in the corner you can find the button with the scan modules. If you hit this button, just like this, you can see the front end load the files from your file system. On next step, you can just choose your favorite widget, click on him, and just click enable. It's everything. And it's enabled, it's so simple. And another step is simple. Just go and use your favorite module. We have example which is loading something like new menu page where we have really nice message about Zabbix. We love Zabbix. It's simple. What can be done by module? It's a hard question. On the start, we are still thinking, where is the border? Can we do module? Can we do this? Can we do this? Actually, we think in front end you can do almost everything. It's really nice because you can do almost everything. It's sometimes it's a little hard, sometimes it's a little easy, but a lot of people here making examples and give us these examples to publish. And you can just go download these examples, just read the code, and you can find how it's done, and say, hey, it's pretty nice, I can use it. It's really nice. You can actually do some completely new widget, new menus, completely new pages. You can do almost everything. We have, for example, some pop-ups. We have some sorting of action buttons, where we click on action buttons, just open completely new pop-ups menu. This pop-up menu loads some data from Zabbix, or also load from data from, for example, third party. We have something like different CMDBs, and load the data in one form. And when you click on this form, you can just choose what you want to use, click on the create ticket, and all this information is actually posted into your service desk. We are using Jira service desk, and this is really nice because you don't need any other tools. You have only Zabbix, and you have many sources of this data. Examples. I'm super excited about examples because we make these examples for you. It's completely for free, and on my last slide, it's a big QR code. You can just check this QR code, and you can download it. It's for free. First example is widget header. You can see what we are doing here. I can actually choose the text. I can use the HTML here. I can use the different coloring for text, different coloring for background. I can also choose the different fonts. Our example widget is really simple. It's actually only 2 fonts. And also you can choose the type bold, italic, underscore, everything here. I just wait a little bit. Yeah, you can see the size of our text. And now you can see we are changing our fonts. It's easy, just click and it's done. Bold, italic, and underscore. It's easy. Another widget is example when you see just classic dashboard, and you need to have something like each space between the widgets, because you have something like 20 widgets, and you are just wasting your place on your dashboard with some spaces between widgets. And this widget's actually deleting the spaces to absolutely minimum, and it's pretty nice. It's so simple. This widget is actually really simple, and in this widget, we are actually changing the CSS code. It's really nice. Another example is something like completely new feature. On the top, you can see the counters. These counters is actually counting how many severity you have. For example, we have something like disaster severities in all Zabbix for example, 5 times. You can see the number 5. On the right side, you can see the total count. And we also have on the left side, we have something like filter. We can choose. We don't want to just calculate this number only for not acknowledgement events, or differently, I want to have everything on one place, or only acknowledgement events. Another example is really nice. I really like this, because we can choose which columns we want to see in front end, and also we have opportunity to drag and drop these buttons, and we can completely change the sizes. For example, you don't like the time on the first place, we can just grab the tag and give this tag on the first place. It's really nice. It's quite a bit hard to do this, but we also make all this public. You can just check what we are doing. If you find some mistake, just write us. Okay, another one, it's another really nice feature, because you know in Zabbix we have mass update buttons. But if you have many widgets, and if you need to choose, for example, 5, 6, or 7 different, and if you want to just click the 20, it's actually half of your page, you need 20 times click on your screen. But we do something like this. We just add something like a really nice feature about the drag and drop mouse. Just drag, completely select what you need, and it's it. Just anymore you need to use the mouse update button or just clicking every time and selecting each. Here you can see we have something like special pop-up menu where we are just giving some new buttons, for example, for our next pop-up, for gathering information from Zabbix and the CMDB, and just creating the ticket by this way. Also, our whole idea is everything have in Zabbix, and have Zabbix not only for monitoring solution, but also have Zabbix for something like automatization place and also for place for DevOps people. Because if you have many, many other solutions, you need many, many accounts and many, many knowledge about how to use the simple tasks. For example, backup, I need to go in some place. But in Zabbix, I just click on the button, and after some time, I have the message about backup is done. Just give an acknowledgement, and this acknowledgement just completely, for us, the mean just close this event. Another one is also very important for us, because another one is about sorting. I like the sorting in Zabbix, but sometimes you need to have the first, for example, not acknowledgement events. Every else, you need to go up or down. Right now it's up, but you need to choose where you have your events. In this example, we have no acknowledgement events on top, or, acknowledgement events is on top, not acknowledgement events is downstairs. You can just choose by this button, which is front, which is back. Also, you can have not only 2 or 1 level sorting, you have multiple level sorting. It's a really nice feature because you are just choosing, for example, what is acknowledgement, and after this you are choosing your time. What I'm saying, here is our QR code. Just you can scan it and use it, and just everything is for free. Here is our public Git repo. Here is our example, and basic stuff for our last 3 slides is in this widget. I just need to wait because I see everything is flashing with phones. Okay. How to develop modules? It's actually 3 basic steps. I think basic. The main file is this one on the top, because you have manifest file and module file. And for the widgets, you need also have this cwidgetconfig.php file. But here is the problem. In Zabbix 5.0 and 5.2, on everything between, you can override this file only once. It means you have one module, and this module can have multiple widgets, but you cannot have one widget and one module and have something like 20 active widgets, because this file is considered overridden, and this is our problem. But I have good news, because in 6.4 it's reworked, and it's completely fine. Another part is our widget configuration files. These files, you can see here, it's actually about editing your widget menu. If you are setting those settings and everything, it's on this side. And also, we have also some files where we can define the visual page of these widgets. Our problems. Please don't be angry, but we have also some problems. But in Zabbix 3.4, it's almost all this problem, it's fixed. I don't know how documentation, but almost all our development problems is fixed in 6.4. It's pretty nice. Thank you, Alexey, for this, because it's really, really huge improvements for us. How, Alex? I'm already talking about how we have some problems. It's one module and multiple widgets. It's fine. But if you have one module and can contain multiple widgets, it's still fine. But if you have only one module, one widget, and if you want to enable another one, it's not possible. It's completely crashed to your front end. This problem is in this file, again, but like I'm saying, 6.4, it's fixed. If you have some widgets and you're upgrading Zabbix, sometimes you have problem. Our problems, it's not actually in PHP. Many times we have problem with JavaScript. But for me, it's not something like problems, really, because Zabbix is still growing. We are completely fine with this. We are happy. It's actually Zabbix is growing. But you need to have this in your brain about, hey, the new version. I need maybe test it if it's still working. Future of this widget, great future. 6.4 actually solving all our problems. You can check this ticket, 7469 in Zabbix Next. This ticket is resolved 2 days ago, and this ticket, for my opinion, actually containing all our fixes, what we need for developing modules. It's still not updated on the roadmap, but as you know, our roadmap are actually updating Alexey, and he's here with, on our summit. Maybe it's updated next week. Community. Community is very important for us because we start with the community. And I also want to thank you here, Wolfgang from IntelliTrend, because we really check his work and it's really nice. And also, after me, I have Evgeny from BGmot, and he have really nice examples of widgets. Really nice example is also here. I think it's a guy from Zabbix. And this last example is SQL Explorer. You can actually have module where you can put a completely new field in your Zabbix frontend, and you can just select or call your queries directly into database. It's really nice because you don't need something like, hey, permission into database. Just if you're debugging something, it's really nice to call it. Okay, it's everything from me. I have only 20 minutes, 25 actually. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope I can see you next year on next summit. And also it's 10th summit. I'm so glad we have so much summits here. And next year, it's, I hope, next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomas, a lot. Some great examples. We also, while Tomas was speaking, we checked his GitHub, and yeah, you should probably do the same. If you're looking just for examples or ways to extend your Zabbix frontend, definitely check his GitHub page. Some great content there. And moving on, just as Tomas mentioned, we will continue with the web sort of front-end extension. And our next speaker is also a huge Zabbix contributor. I've seen him giving advice on Telegram, on Reddit, providing community extensions. Let's welcome on the stage from BGmot Canada, Evgeny Yurchenko, co-founder, tech lead with deep dive into Zabbix Web Modules. Evgeny, welcome.
Thank you very much. It was quite a presentation. Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Evgeny Yurchenko from Canada. Hi from Canada. A couple of words about our company. We operate in Canada, of course, and we provide basically help to our clients with two main things: monitoring and automation. When it comes to monitoring, obviously we love Zabbix, we know Zabbix, we are sure that Zabbix fits monitoring needs to 99% of our customers. When automation comes in, then it's actually Ansible, preferably Ansible. Yesterday we had great conversation from Andrew how Ansible and Zabbix play together. I confirm this is true. Just use Ansible and Zabbix, you'll be fine. Now, where is my clicker? Let's jump to my presentation. Again, this is the fourth talk on this conference about modules. Yesterday, Vladimir started. Today, we nicely proceeded. We had a workshop today morning. Why is this topic so hot? So the answer is simple. It's hot because it's hot. Just think about it. You're not just tweaking web UI. You're adding new functionality. So not only Zabbix team working on Zabbix, so the whole community can work on Zabbix. Make it better. Little refresh from yesterday's. So MVC model is a core. You need to understand that to start developing modules, efficient modules. Briefly again, HTTP request comes to controller. Controller massages data, gets all the data from model if needed, passes this data to view. View generates HTTP response, and your browser just shows this response. Nice HTML, CSS, JavaScript, whatever. Zabbix, yeah, it's important to remember. Web UI is just huge. Yeah, it's large, sophisticated, complex PHP application. But bottom line, anyway, it's just PHP application. It means it doesn't run somewhere in background, like Zabbix agent, like Zabbix server. Every user click on a menu item means you run PHP application from scratch. It's initialized, executed, and exited. And whatever it prints, it goes back to browser, where you see nice HTML page. It's worth to mention that Zabbix doesn't use any third-party MVC framework, which is very nice. We don't have any dependencies. Next slide. So for this demo, for this presentation, I picked one of my modules called host tree, and I slightly modified how you see a list of hosts configured in your Zabbix instance. This is default, so you basically see list of hosts, nothing special. I went a little bit further. When you enable my module, you will see this picture. First of all, you see new menu item, hosts tree. And all your servers are organized in hosts group. Yesterday, Nathan had great presentation about making it nicer, organizing your stuff inside Zabbix according to host names, host groups. And here you can see tree of your groups, of your servers. Plus, you see, you can collapse any group, you can expand any group. Basically, you see hierarchy of your groups. And you see number of problems per group. Now, let's start coding. I apologize to those who don't know PHP. My presentation is mainly for developers, so bear with me. Here, this is a very simple thing. Any module has is a child of core C module class. And init method of all modules, all enabled modules, is called every time user clicks any menu item, all modules init method is called. This is a nice place to put your menu item. So here we are adding host tree menu item under hosts, after hosts menu item, in monitoring section of main menu. Pretty simple. One important thing here, you have to specify action. This is very important to select controller. We'll see it later. So it will result in this URL generated when you click on this menu item. And this action, exactly the same action, must be defined in your manifest.json. Now, Zabbix accepts this web request. Action equals host.view. It needs to select controller. So control is selected based on a huge associative array called routes. Here you see where it's defined. This array defines for every action in the whole Zabbix web UI three things: controller, layout, and view. We'll talk about controller and view later a little bit. Layout is very simple. It's a PHP. So whatever you want to deliver to user depends on layout. Most used is HTML page layout because it generates HTML page. Plus you see CSV, export. Feel free to explore these files and you'll see what's actually generated. So when it's CSV, basically you see browser presents you with save as dialog, so you can save this file. So basically your task of your controller prepare data to save it to CSV. And if you're not satisfied with these layouts, you can totally define your own layout. Just put it in views folder of your module, done, and use it. So this is how all actions from your module is added to this huge associative routes table. If this is brand new action, it's just added. Again, controller class, layout, and view from your module, just added to this array. If the action already exists, so if you want to override something in Zabbix Web UI, you just specify the same action name, and it'll override Zabbix definition. So your module will be executed instead of Zabbix out-of-the-box PHP code. Naming, it's very important to keep naming intact. So class, what you see in red, it's about controllers. So controller class has to match PHP file class that defines your controller. And of course, it has to match class definition inside your PHP file. Now, how to start developing module? Zabbix is open source. Just pick one, what you want to modify or want to understand how it works, and just modify it. So for my use case, I picked obviously C controller host view that generates list of hosts. I copied to my module actions folder and heavily modified it. Important thing here, you have to specify namespace for your module. It must be unique to all modules. If two modules use the same namespace, the second one won't be loaded. You won't be able to enable it. So keep in mind, you have to define your namespace, and it must be unique. Now, we go to controller. So Zabbix analyzed your request. It sees an action. It knows from the router name of your controller class. And first of all, it calls check input of this controller module class. In check input, you can just return true. It must exist in your module, but you can do nothing there. Return true and go ahead. But it's very nice to check input parameters passed in HTTP request. Zabbix will do it for you. Just create an array. For every field, specify a rule according to which checks must be made. You see here a bunch of rules specified in cNewValidator.php class. It's about 30 or more different rules for all use cases. Just pick one, like name must be a string, and so on and so on. Again, take a look inside, find a rule what you need, and use it for your fields. And then you call the validate input method. And Zabbix does all the work for you. If validation is okay, it returns true. When check input is done, everything is fine, all parameters are correct, Zabbix calls do action method of your controller class. And this is where all the magic happens. So here you should gather data. You should prepare data later to show this data to user. You can do whatever you want. Database access, API calls, it's up to you. But finally, you have to prepare a huge data array. Well, it might be not huge, but usually it's quite substantial. And then when you have all the data ready, there's just 3 standard methods. You call them and you basically say, okay, controller is done. We prepared all the data. Let's move on. At this point, Zabbix moves to your view. Here, we're just preparing output for end user, for your browser. And it's quite simple. It's not a class. It's just a file, PHP file, which is basically included in PHP terms or executed. So whatever you print in this file will go directly to your browser, to user's browser. You can put pure HTML, CSS, not a problem at all. So in PHP, it's possible. Yeah, in this case, as an example, I have a little table with headers. It looks not very nice, ugly. It's not Zabbix way. Instead of doing pure HTML, CSS coding, it's much better to use Zabbix classes. For every HTML element, button, input field, for everything, Zabbix has a class. So just use it like this. Create a widget, add HTML elements to this widget, and then at the end, call widget show. That's it. Zabbix will show everything to you with nice CSS, nice formatting, Zabbix style way. As you see here, we already see familiar Zabbix interface. Table is good. It even shows you that no hosts, no elements, no data found. Again, all these HTML classes defined, you can find in this include classes HTML folder. Feel free to browse, and I'm pretty sure you find you find a class for your HTML element, whatever you want to show to the user. Now, this is a slide to demonstrate how you can access data prepared in controller in your view class. Again, we have data, like here. This is what I say we call model section of our MVC concept. Because you basically, without executing API call, there is no HTML traffic, HTTP traffic here. It's just calling internal Zabbix function to get count of number of groups, hosts, configured in this Zabbix instance. And assign it to data, create response, set response. Standard methods I showed you above. Then in your view file, you can access this data structure, data array, as simple as that. So all the data prepared in controller, once again, is ready for you to massage here, to frame them in nice web UI elements, HTML elements, just like this. And you'll see nicely presented header with number of hosts dynamically changing depending on how many hosts you have configured in your Zabbix instance. Now, about fun stuff like CSS, JavaScript, most probably you will need to include some CSS, some JavaScript. CSS is very simple. You just call standard method again, add CSS file, and specify full path name to your CSS file. Inside this file, you just put pure CSS, no HTML tags, nothing, just CSS. And it'll be included in final page. For JavaScript, it's a little bit tricky. So Zabbix itself has a lot of JavaScript written. For all these files located in JS folder, feel free to explore. If you want to show some kind of filters, default Zabbix elements, most probably you'll need to include some Zabbix JavaScript files. You do it using add.js file method. You can include your own JavaScript code. And it's actually much more flexible because it's PHP file that will generate your JavaScript code. And here, because it's already view, we have all our data collected, we can use data inside this PHP file and generate JavaScript dynamically based on data we gathered in controller. Yeah, I use this function, include JS file. It prints JavaScript code, done, included in final output. Now, very cool two methods, I have to mention them. onBeforeAction and onTerminate. onBeforeAction is executed before code execution passed to your modules controller. And all the output it generates is put right after head tag in your HTML file. So you cannot put HTML code there, but you can put whatever you want to put in header section of your HTML page. Conversely, onTerminate method is executed the last. So after everything is done, it literally registered in PHP, execute before exit. And here, all the output you generate in this method on terminate will be put directly before closing body tag in final HTML. So here you can put your HTML, CSS, whatever you want. And what's most interesting here is these two methods, oh, I have a typo, it's on before action and on terminate, they execute it for all enables modules. So it doesn't matter what menu item user clicks, these methods for all enabled modules will be executed. This way you can affect UI as a whole. For example, I have very simple module called piece. I just was wondering how it works. This module doesn't have any controllers, any views. It just have one definition of onTerminate method. That's it. And it changes Zabbix behavior globally, like this. Obviously, you can do it, some might say, you can do it using, what do you call it, localization. But you can replace this icon, yes. It's not localization, some different feature of Zabbix. Rebranding, exactly, thank you. You can change this easily, yes, using rebranding. But you cannot change this using onTerminate method. You can use this as well. You can change this as well. Obviously, you can change, you can put whatever icons you want here. It's just an example. A very simple module, took me like 1 hour to develop. Yeah, all my modules available on GitHub, it's open source. Feel free to browse, ask questions, join us on Telegram. It's not only me, it's a bunch of smart people. So if you have any questions, I'm pretty sure you'll find answers. Basically, that's it. Thank you very much to Zabbix for making Zabbix and for keeping it open source. I highly encourage you to start developing modules so everybody can benefit. Because again, it's UI, it's nice, it's easy to do. Just watch my presentation again when you have some free time. It's basically step by step. If you follow these steps, you'll develop very nice modules. Thank you very much.
All right, so we had a nice, great deep dive into web modules. Hopefully Evgeny managed to encourage you to contribute and develop some of your own maybe ideas or solutions. And now it's lunchtime. Before I let you go, a couple of notes. Airport transfer information should be sent to your mailboxes at this point. If you haven't received anything, feel free to once again find either me or some of Zabbix employees and just tell them that, hey, I haven't received anything. It should be in your mailbox at this point. And we have also refreshed a bit our merge booths. There should be some additional extra S and M sizes available, so check out those. And food stations have been optimized, let's say, so you should be able to get to your food faster, less queuing up. And we'll continue at 3 p.m. in an hour. Enjoy, guys. Thank you.
guys, we have people going out for lunch here behind me, and right here with me is Alexey, the CEO of Zabbix. And how is the summit going for you? How do you feel about this summit?
Well, I like it very much. So this is a 10th summit, and I really happy and excited to see so many people this time. Yeah, we have people from almost 50 countries all around the world: the United States, Canada, Brazil, Tokyo. Well, the other countries, other continents, Western, Eastern Europe. So very, very excited. Yeah.
And what do you value the most about Zabbix community?
Well, I value everything. I mean, our community, I think, is the friendliest community on the whole planet. So I'm so excited about it. Yeah.
I totally agree, and I've heard other people saying that. People who are not from Zabbix, they also said that Zabbix Summit is one of the best events. And can you share a bit of your future business plans? What would you like to achieve, let's say, until the next Zabbix Summit?
Well, I don't know. I think I would mostly talk maybe about the kind of about the product itself, because this product maybe is more important than maybe kind of a business plans. So what we'd like to achieve, we would like to explore some new functionality in Zabbix. We would like to get more kind of the native cloud monitoring out-of-the-box experience for our users. We'd like to also to invest more into things like artificial intelligence and machine learning. So that's what is coming. And things, the already existing things like the business service monitoring, they play ever increasing role. So there are so many things that is on our roadmap. Yeah, just see for yourself and explore it.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And before we go for lunch, guys, I would like us to go and explore some more booths. We haven't been at Zabbix support booth, so let's go there. I've got people buying some Zabbix t-shirts, and we are heading to the next stop. Hi guys, are you enjoying the summit here today?
Yes, it's very nice.
Good. All right, let's go. And this booth is probably the only booth we haven't stopped by at yet. Hi guys, and how is the summit going for you here?
I think it's incredible. There's of course this in-person interaction after a few years, and we felt a completely different level of communication with our customers, with our users, and lots of people coming by and essentially explaining to us a bit more what exactly they need at which stage of their Zabbix journey, which is good to see, and it's just amazing to see so many friends back on site, back in person.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you. And we have one more Zabbix sponsor who did not make it here today. They're in Uruguay, but we still managed to have Gustavo on the line with us. Hi Gustavo, this is Gustavo from Custos, and I believe it's the third time you participate in Zabbix Summit. Is it right?
This is the third time, but not the way we would like to participate. We are always remote. Let's see if we can make it personal next year.
Agreed. It would be really great to meet you in person next year. And so far, what is the best part about Zabbix Summit for you? What is the most valuable part?
I think that this kind of events have two sides. The most valuable side are the technical and the human part. And I think that the greatest of them is the human part, where we can share more than just knowledge, just technical knowledge, and we can share experience. So the thing we think we can give and take from this kind of events is the love for what we are making. No? The commitment to always take another step to what we wish.
Okay, thank you, Gustavo, and I hope we will see you here in Riga. Bye.
Time to continue. Before we move on with our speeches, we'll have a real large segment dedicated to automation and Kubernetes and DevOps things in general. Before that, I'd like to thank to our lunch and coffee break sponsors, secadm, part of MCL Group. Let's have a round of applause for them because, hey guys, you enjoyed the lunch, you're enjoying the coffee breaks. Thank you guys. Next up, I have to correct myself. I told you that you will receive an email regarding the airport transfers. It's not an email, it's an SMS that you should have received. Once again, if you haven't received an SMS about the airport transfers, feel free to talk to me or any of our Zabbix colleagues here. They'll redirect you to the person that will fix everything for you. All right. So, as I said, we will have sort of a section dedicated to Kubernetes and automation in general. And we will start with sort of an intro speech about the culture change to using Zabbix in Kubernetes. Let's invite our next speaker, Robert Silva, tech lead at JLCP, Brazil. Welcome.
Hello, guys. I am very happy to stay here, and I have a big challenge. I need to give a good talk for a week after lunch. But, so, I will talk about culture change use Zabbix in Kubernetes. In Brazil, I have some customers that need using Kubernetes for another applications, and because why don't use Zabbix in this environment? Okay, I am Robert Silva. I am certified Kubernetes administrator, Zabbix trainer, and Zabbix expert. And I have a good question. Does Zabbix working in containers? Maybe when raise the hands when using Zabbix with containers in our production? Okay, good. Well, I started using Zabbix containers 2 years ago, and I talked in another Zabbix Summit, and this link have more details for this architecture, for these presentations. And some people ask for me, this environment working yet? Maybe yeah, maybe no, but let me see for us. Here we have Zabbix information, and we have more than 50 hosts monitored in this environment, and more than 11,000 new values per second. And in Brazil, it's a big environment. And the better part of it, we have over 100 proxies without any SSH connection for maintenance, using Zabbix with CI/CD proxies. Okay, yes, and the Zabbix works with container, but we still have environments in virtual machines. And it's a good point that some customers have problems and don't understand how to containers works and other points. But I have a need to change this culture, or maybe because I have a lack knowledge of containers. But this topic is another moment. Today, I won't talk about the benefits of the Kubernetes. My goal is answer questions about Zabbix working in Kubernetes, okay? I have some challenges, but Zabbix has hundreds of integrations, how to, like AWS, Azure, Redis, MongoDB, and another integrations. But for software engineers, cloud engineers prefer Prometheus because it's cloud native. I have a problem with offer Zabbix for these environments. And I think we, Zabbix experts, must show that Zabbix is prepared to work with modern technologies. I come must it for the world. It's Zabbix, not simple solutions for infrastructure, for servers, for virtual machines, for database. We can use Zabbix for monitoring our applications modern, okay? And service discovery and low-level discovery working together is awesome. We need to enjoy it, okay? Let's start. How to start working with Kubernetes? Maybe you need some requirement skills. The basic, Linux, and the networks, and the basic shell scripts, distribution architecture is very important, and the right availability architecture, and how containers work. It's very important to understand how to working, okay? And the container orchestrations like Docker Swarmer, Kubernetes, and OpenShift. So CI/CD process is very important. Don't need, I have some components working in Kubernetes and they have manual action for deploy it, for upgrade, or for rollback. At CI/CD, it's a good point for it. Okay, the first step when start working with Kubernetes, we need to understand what resource we need to deploy Zabbix in Kubernetes. Kubernetes have some components, how to like config map, volume, secret, but what I need for just working for Zabbix. And another point, we need to create an isolated environment for development, homolog, and productions, and separate and split this environment. It's very important. And it's recommended to have 2 clusters, okay? One cluster for your development and homolog, and then another cluster for your production, because you can change and try some solutions, some functionality with broken your production environments. Okay, we don't need a dedicated Zabbix cluster, just need dedicated nodes, and you can enjoy the existing environment, this Kubernetes in your company or in your customers. Okay, and you need to define how to deploy will be done. For example, you can use GitLab CI/CD, Argo CD, Harness, Azure Developers, and another technologies. Okay, Kubernetes objects. I have some objects, how to like namespaces, deployment, volume, config map, ingress, and the services. But for basic objects to Zabbix, you need for Zabbix servers just a deployment, a secret for define your credentials for database, for example, and a service, okay? And for Zabbix front end, you need additional component. It's the ingress for external access using the browser for customers. And for Zabbix proxies, you need to change the deployment for stateful set object. Okay? And how does ConnectFit working when using Zabbix in Kubernetes? You need a dedicated database out of the cluster, okay, maybe database as a services or virtual machines, and you need to deploy your Zabbix server. And this pod for these components connect with your database. And for the Zabbix front end, we have the similar connectivity with database. And the Zabbix front end connect with the Zabbix server using service address. Okay, it's very simple. And for external access, you need additional 2 components, and the Nginx ingress controller for proxy reverse, for example, and the ingress resource, okay? And the ingress resource like as virtual hosts in Apache, for example. Okay, and for the Zabbix proxy, you can deploy using Kubernetes. You need just to connect with the Zabbix service using service address, okay? And in some situations, we need connection external in the Zabbix server for some integrations or for Zabbix proxies that out of clusters. And for it, we need an external load balancer. Okay, it's a simple deploy the Zabbix server services using type load balancer in Kubernetes. Okay, and there are 2 ways to deploy the Kubernetes. I have using manifest files, okay, and it's simple file, or using Helm. And this Helm, here I have some example for these files, okay? And when deploying in this environment, use a manifest file, you need to write some files for develop environment, for homolog environment, and for production environment. But it's not good, because you need change just parameters, but need management several files. Maybe it's not good, okay? And how to improve it? You need to use the package manager. When talk about Debian or Ubuntu, we have apt, and when talk about Red Hat, CentOS, Oracle Linux, we have DNF, and for Kubernetes, we have the Helm. They'll have package manager for deploy in objects in the Kubernetes. What is Helm? I know details for it. My colleague talked about more for it. And basically, the Helm is the package manager for Kubernetes. And they provide a result and facilitate serve a single point of control. You create a package, and this package you can change some parameters, some variables, and enjoy it. Okay, and you can use Helm for rollback. Maybe we can increase some parameters, and these changes broken your environment. With just a command, we can roll back our environment. Okay, and when deploy using Helm, it's more easy. We have the Helm and some Helm chart, deploy for develop, deploy for homolog, and deploy for production environment. Okay, how Helm works? Helm is based on template files. You need to create template files and define your values files. Okay, here we have some examples for it. In this how define how many replicas, how many resources you need to use, and readiness problems, and liveness problems, and another point. And here, each parameters is replacing. For example, here we have a dot values dot speak dot resource. If it's defined, we can replace. And another options for using Helm. Okay, and the solution flow for it. I have some technologies involved. We're using Git, GitLab, CI/CD process. Maybe we can use Argo CD and Kubernetes or OpenShift. And we have a best practice for working with the branches when working on Git, okay? In my case, I use GitLab CI/CD and the GitLab for remote repository, and it's very important to enable protect branches and the tags. It ensures the keep stable branch security and the force developers to use a merge request. Okay, and here I have a GitLab example where you can access repos, settings, repository, and define the protected branches or tags. And here I have an example for it. I have branch for development and branch for homologging, and define that just maintainers can merge, okay, and don't permit push directly. And another example for using production environment, you can using protect tags, okay. So here I have a basic flow for CI/CD using GitLab. You are Zabbix admin, and you access your folder, and you need a folder with Git enable, and they choose the branch. For example, when I need to change some parameters, I create a new branch. For example, insert a new script for Alex scripts, a new script for external scripts, or simple change some parameters for Zabbix. And here we make your changes, write your files, and the commit for your remote repository. In my case, I use GitLab, and create a merge request. Oh, okay, I need the sum of changes in my environment, and I define it in my computer, send it to a remote repository, and my colleagues approve or no my changes. Okay, and when merge request is approved, I have start the pipeline process. In the pipeline, we have two stages. The single stage for build your custom images. For example, the Zabbix offer all components, Docker images, but these components, maybe it's not completely. For example, you need the monitoring database, and the image for Zabbix proxies don't have drivers installed. And in this moment, I can make it. Okay? And the second point, we have staging to deploy, and deploy your environment. And here, I have some examples when using GitLab CI/CD. In this simple example, I have two stages, the build, the prod, imaging, and deploy the prod environment. For example, two jobs run in just 1 minute. Here, I have another example where I have some stages to deploy. And here, in these cases, I have 7 jobs and just 1 minute. Okay, it's very easy, it's very faster when we need maintenance at big environments. And now I have another example with several jobs in just 4 minutes. And I think if I need connected in 100 proxies. How many time I need for it? Oh, okay, I use Ansible, but I have several time for it. In here, I have a good example. In 5 minutes, we can start it, drink a coffee, and it's working. Okay, here I have some codes when using branches with GitLab CI/CD. Here I defined a stage for build container. It's very important you become dynamic CI/CD process. You can use some variables like as user macros in Zabbix. Here I define the repository name, the branch name. It's a good point. I don't need to define, oh, it's for deployment. I don't need to create some if-else for production, for homolog, or for develop. We can use the branch name. And here define and identify the branch name and make this process. And here we define when this stage should be run. In this case, just develop and homolog. Another code for it, here I create our YAML anchors for define all steps to deploy. And here define connections in the clusters and some variables and another point. For it's just a template when working with YAML. Here I have some example for deploy. For the example, develop and homolog. I have a reference to YAML anchor, okay, and this connects in the different namespace in the OpenShift, in this case, okay, and it's variable define environment stage, and you just need when environment you are deployed in this process. Okay, and here it's very important because in GitLab, for example, you can define where this variable working. For example, I have 3 namespaces, and each namespace is specific branch and specific environment. Okay, and here another example for it. And now I have example for deploy. For deploy, referencing to YAML anchor again, and define some points and my script to deploy. It's a simple script that realm, upgrade, install, and define some values. Here I have result for these processes. It's several deploy points, and it deploy just 13 seconds. It's very faster for maintaining your environment. Okay, and I have some benefits for using Git. And for using Git, you have all centralized environment settings, such as external scripts, alert scripts, and the ODBC files, and all configuration parameters, for example, cache size, value cache, pullers, and the others. Oh, my cluster Kubernetes is broken, not problem. And your remote repository will have all information for this environment, like as infrastructure as a code. It's a very amazing. And I have, we can view all changes. For example, who changed it, and what you changed, and because it changed. For example, my colleague needs increase some parameters, and can see our history for it. Okay, and I have some benefits for using CI/CD. For example, no manual intervention. You just change your parameters in your computer, send it for a remote repository, it's working. And they have automatic Docker image builds and updates, and the automatic setup process. It's very amazing working Zabbix with our developers and other applications. Just it use our process Git flow. Okay, guys, that's it. Any questions? It's very important for me, and I would like to take a picture with you. Okay? Maybe hands the hands, please. Oh. But, thank you very much, guys. Enjoy. I am available for Sergey and answer our question for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, a lot. What a great intro to our sort of automation section. Once again, Robert will be here. If you have any questions, if you wish to ask him for advice about your own deployments, you're welcome to approach him. Next up, a similar speech. Like I said, we will be focusing on Kubernetes and automation for 2 more speeches. I've mentioned this person before a couple of times today. Just a moment ago, we were talking about lunch sponsors and coffee break sponsors. So our next speaker, like I said, you've heard of him. It's Christian Anton, Head of Cloud Native Infrastructure and Services at secadm, part of the MCL Group, Germany. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, wow. Great to be here. Thank you for having me here. And wow, I'm totally amazed and impressed of such a nice and big family, and finally to see all you again after so much time. So please forgive me if I am a little bit nervous. As most of us, there have not been so many of these opportunities in the last years to do. So, first thing that doesn't work is this one. No?
Yeah, let's see.
I love it.
Let's see. We are trying to figure out what's wrong.
No problem.
Okay, I can actually.
No problem.
Let's see. Can we get working? Yes, no? Meanwhile,
I take the opportunity then and do what Robert did, if that's okay for you. I better do that before the presentation. Oh my God. Wow. Thank you. Yeah.
Happened. You were nervous that this might happen, so it happened, you know, just as you said. If you're not aware, me and Christian, I think it was me and you, yeah, we did a nice DevOpsy sort of speech that was published on our social networks. If you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. We sort of gave reasons behind why people should maybe migrate Zabbix to containers. Okay, let's see, something's going on. Yeah, we're, it's opening the PowerPoint. I can see it on this screen. Can I see it on that screen?
That happens actually if you have IT environment not orchestrated and running on Windows, right?
Okay, so you can see our guys are still trying to figure it out. Yeah, so we had a nice speech. So meanwhile, we can just improvise. Okay, can you answer this question, Christian? Should I move my Zabbix environment to containers? There we go, you can answer it right now because everything's working.
Great. Okay, let's start again. So, as most of you have found out already, I'm going to talk about Zabbix and Kubernetes. Wow. But before I start doing that, who am I and why am I speaking about this? Well, we are actually a consulting and services and also product company now in Germany. Myself, I am from one of these down there, the green one, and that's probably the name under which you know me, those of you that know me. What happens right now is that we are merging several companies into one bigger one, and don't even remember that name too good because we are already have decided to change it for the next year, but I'm not allowed to use this new branding for the slides. So that's so far. And from the consultancy part, yes, I have the honor to work in and for the team of Cloud Native Infrastructure and Services. Monitoring is a part of that, but we also do all the Kubernetes stuff, all the container stuff, all the microservices stuff, and all these cool new things. Okay, so what is this talk about? Actually, we're gonna complete a bit, or complement the talk of Robert. I'm going to speak very simply about how to put Zabbix inside Kubernetes. We are not talking about monitoring Kubernetes with Zabbix. That's a whole topic on its own. The day is not long enough for this. So we are really talking about installation and, yeah, lifecycle management inside Kubernetes. And parts of that we have already answered. Parts of that we have not. So that's why I'm here. First of all, the question you might be asking, why should we deploy Zabbix in Kubernetes? And now we are having the wrong picture here, because in fact it would be because banana, right? Okay, so one banana, please. Okay, awesome. Okay, but for those of you for whom this is maybe not the only answer, I also have some more serious answers on this. And this is actually needs that we came along in our day-by-day work. So maybe you want to use the infrastructure as code methodology that Robert presented very nicely to manage not only one Zabbix installation, but maybe 1,000 of them, or at least 10 or 20 or 2. Production, integration, development, such kind of use cases are very well suited for using Kubernetes and putting your Zabbix inside the Kubernetes. Of course, it might also be, as it happens to us in many projects already, that the infrastructure that we have to deploy stuff into is an OpenShift or a Kubernetes, because the customer already went this step. So if we say we want VMs, customer looks at us like, nah, do you really need that? Can't we put that in Kubernetes? And of course, the high availability functionalities that you basically get for free in a Kubernetes cluster, very nice, and you really want to use that. Maybe. And another, maybe even the biggest use case is, of course, the need for us Zabbix lovers to spin up Zabbix instances every now and when because the new beta version came out, or you need to test some behavior of Zabbix and you just need a quickly deployed Zabbix installation. All these are, for me, viable reasons to put a Zabbix into a Kubernetes cluster. So now the question would be, well, but does that even go together? I mean, Zabbix is not really what we can call an entirely microservice application yet, but at least, or no, at least it sounds too negative, but Zabbix offers us the container images. They are very well maintained, they are very well documented, and if we look at these in detail, we will find out that it's not even true that Zabbix is not microserviced yet. I mean, of course, we have these polar processes, we have the configuration sync-up process, and all these little guys just running together in one container. But if we separate the functionalities, we still have a container image for the Zabbix server. We have one for the proxy, one for the agent, and so on. And that's quite a good approach already. So, how do we actually get applications into a Kubernetes? Yeah, there Robert has already said a lot about it, and yes, the answer is of course Helm, because, oh, there some letters have broken. Okay, not so important. So, why or how do we install applications in Kubernetes? Robert said it already. There is a standard, a package manager for Kubernetes that's called Helm, and Helm basically is based as a package manager in your Linux distribution. It's based on repositories. These repositories can be remote, can be in the internet, can be on GitHub, or can be on a mirror server in your local data center. This repository contains a chart, and the chart is basically a set of templates that with one central values definition, you configure this application to be how you want it to be. It's basically a little bit like the Ansible orchestration, but it is by definition only one way. And that makes this infrastructure as code approach so complete. Okay, so we figured out that Helm is probably the right way to do that. We can manage with the Helm the installation, the upgrades, any changes in our configuration. Robert showed that very well. We can hook in a Helm chart very nicely into a CI/CD pipeline. So that's actually what we want, because after the Helm client does its job, then those lovely objects in the Kubernetes cluster will just appear and be there and behave how we want them to behave and to interact with each other. So that was what we thought, and we came along to the point that we were searching for the one and only Helm chart to install Zabbix in a Kubernetes cluster. And we were seeking for options and found out, yeah, there is some options. There is a Helm chart maintained by Zabbix actually, but this is a special use case. Some of you might know it. It is a Helm chart that is specifically done or developed for the Kubernetes monitoring inside Zabbix that was released now with 6.0. So that was not suitable for us to install a Zabbix server. We found those YAML files on GitHub, which are very good examples and containing like the building blocks and how those YAML files could look like, but they don't contain this application approach that a Helm chart should have. So then we continued searching in the community and we found one. The URL is down there, but don't remember it. We found that this was like the most popular one and probably the best one, but still we were missing some functions, some features. So what do you do in open source software when you find something that is almost as good as you want it? Yeah, you get involved into the development and invest your time and do it better. So, by the way, by doing that, I found a new friend. I'm still not able to pronounce his name, sorry. But I know he's very well known in the Brazilian community. And actually we had very, very long conversations via different channels. And yeah, it was and it is still a lot of fun. So this guy was and is one of the main maintainers of this Helm chart I just mentioned, and together with me and us, we implemented a lot more functionalities. We put this Helm chart into new shape, and finally we even discussed with the organization holding the original repository, and we migrated this into a new organization inside GitHub. So there is a new URL that is cut off here, but no worries, it will be back again. So what did we really do there? Well, first of all, we focused on the coverage of all the Zabbix 6 features, mainly the high availability part. Also the web service, the Zabbix web service, that process that is responsible for the scheduled reports. We enabled the chart to deploy the agent 2 by default, and another part that was very important for me was actually a support of a production-grade database with that Helm chart, because we don't want to do that only for fun and for bananas, also because of work. So we have a very good experience with the crunchy data Postgres operator. That's an operator which you basically, if I go forward here a little bit, a little process, a container actually, running in your Kubernetes cluster, which you throw a YAML definition on, and that guy will start deploying an entire high available or not high available Postgres cluster with everything you might imagine and need, just with one YAML definition. Also this one throws out the secret with an already auto-generated password and all the necessary data that a client for this database would need to actually connect to this database. And also PGO comes with integrated backup and restore mechanisms and whatnot. So we wanted to use that for production installations, and so we added a functionality into this chart that you can actually configure your Helm chart, and it will automatically use the secret over there and connect to the database just magically. Okay, what else did we do? A lot of little things that even I do not remember. Yeah, SAML authentication, custom containers, custom sidecar containers, and all these kind of things that you might need at some point. And that was the theory part of it. And you would not believe me that this actually works, so I prepared a little demo. But as Zabbix doesn't trust me that this demo would actually work, we have recorded it. So what do we do here? We are at the GitHub page of the Helm chart. You see Zabbix community. So I really hope there will be coming more projects into that organization. And if you go there, you will find the README of the Helm chart itself. And as it's a long README, it comes with a TLDR on top. And that heads us directly to the installation instructions. And here we find our Helm repo add with the right URL that we can just grab and copy and head over to our console and paste it there. Okay, after we've done that, now we basically add into the local Helm the definition of this repository directly from GitHub. Okay, now we do the Helm repo update. This is pretty much like a opt update on Ubuntu. And now we are able to even search inside our repo what is in there, including typos, of course. Yeah, and here we go. There is a Zabbix community / Zabbix chart in chart version 3.2.2 and application version 6.08. Actually, we decided to have the LTS versions in the app version and installed by default. If you want to use the non-LTS version, you just have to change one entry in the YAML file, in the values YAML file, by the way. Talking about the YAML file, once we do that, yes, it works, nice. We can go and inspect the values that this chart actually defines by default. That's a long list. I'm just showing it very quickly here, so you have a rough idea what is configurable there. And that happens now. Banana. Okay, so you see at the very top, you see the image tag. There you can put like Ubuntu trunk. If you want, then you get like the latest and greatest beta version. You have a centralized part for all things that have to do with the database access. You can just leave it as it is, then you will automatically get a secret deployed with a password. You have the way to define whether you want to deploy a Postgres or not. You have a Zabbix server part, you have a Zabbix agent part, Zabbix proxy part, and so on. And all these defaults are set in a way that if you just don't care about anything, you will get a good result. You will just get a running Zabbix server, okay? Nevertheless, yeah, we have the different ingress definitions here. We have for the default ingress, we have ingress route for those that use traffic as a load balancer, and of course also for OpenShift, the route definitions. Okay, so I have created for the demo a very simple and very small values YAML file. So I just have defined the latest 6.2 version to be deployed. I did not deploy a production-grade Postgres cluster. Instead of that, I just did deploying a Postgres together with my Helm chart, which is fully fine. I did want to have the Zabbix agent running, the Zabbix web running, and what is notable is that I chose a replica count of 2 for both the Zabbix web and the Zabbix server. So you remember that we have this new functionality of the server HA, which actually fits into running in Kubernetes very well. Okay, so let's check out what this does in reality and in action. We have a rancher here just to make the whole Kubernetes looking a bit more beautiful, so we can observe how things happen. We are inside a namespace, and we are going to install our Zabbix with Helm from the command line. So this part could be, of course, integrated in your CI/CD pipeline. In this case, we're doing it manually by the Helm command. So what you see here, we refer this demo values YAML file, and we install this Zabbix community / Zabbix Helm chart. So magic happens, takes some seconds, and we should be seeing something. Yes, we do. In the background, we already see that some pods have been deployed and have started. What is notable at this point is that we have 2 Zabbix server pods, and they both are in this a little bit strange init phase here. What we have done here is we actually have integrated a container that is started together with this pod, a so-called init container, that actually does nothing else than waiting for the database to be available, and really available, not only connectable, and preventing the server from starting before. Why? Because otherwise we would now have 2 Zabbix servers trying to publish one database structure at the same time, which I can tell you goes wrong. So we have this extra job up there, that's just one, and this guy is doing the database publishing, and once it finishes its job, now we see the completed there, then the Zabbix servers start. And then we have a running Zabbix instance. Okay, we can check out the logs of the Zabbix server, and you see down there that this Zabbix server node started in the standby mode. And of course, we also checked the other one, and we found out this one is started in active mode. So we have employed the Zabbix server HA functionality. Nice. Now, you wouldn't believe me that this Zabbix is actually working. That's why I'm heading over to the next part of this demo, where I go to the service discovery, the ingresses, and I just click on that URL that I defined that would be available for my new Zabbix installation. And banana! We are in, we have our Zabbix, and this is probably what you have seen at some point when deploying a Zabbix. Zabbix comes up, Zabbix server is running, even Zabbix agent is deployed with it, we have host availability, we have collecting data, everything is nice, everything is beautiful. So, last point here is this server HA functionality that I mentioned. If we go to the reports and system information, we will see here we have those 2 nodes, and we have the high availability cluster functionality enabled. We also see that one of our nodes equals to pods in this case, is in the active and one in standby mode. Now we will do something that in Kubernetes is kind of common. We will kill the active node, so to say, so the pod containing the Zabbix server instance that is in active mode. What we see now is a standard behavior of Kubernetes, just replacing that died node with a new one. Okay, nice. And if we now head back to our Zabbix, and we reload this page, then we see now we have 3 of these nodes. One is stopped, that's the one we killed, and one is standby and one is active. I can't tell you whether the new one that was deployed is now the active one or the one that was the standby before. If you took care very, very clearly, I believe it was the one that was in standby before. But, well, we can do this, this game as often as we want. We have this deployment object there, so we can even scale this up. If we say, our Zabbix is so important, we need it like 4 times, 4 Zabbix server instances, of which, of course, 3 will be in in the standby. And what you cannot see right now, but now you can, if you look at this very carefully, you will see that these Zabbix server instances are even running on different Kubernetes cluster nodes. That's also something that we have implemented there. So now we see a lot of standby, one active and one stopped. So our old node is still there. And now we go and scale back to only 2 nodes to just show you one more thing that we did. And no, we did not reinvent the iPhone. Okay, so we scaled back. We have 2 Zabbix server pods running. All the others disappeared. We have now 3 of those stopped. So imagine what happens if you run this in your production cluster over years. You at some point would have like 100 or 1,000 of those died pods there, right? And that's not beautiful and that's not production grade. So we thought about that and thought, what can we do here? And yeah, we came up with an idea. We actually have added a cron job to the deployment, which is also being deployed together with a Helm chart. And this cron job is, by the way, just a standard object in Kubernetes, and it does exactly what you expect what a cron job does. The nice thing here is that we can start this cron job manually or spawn a job from this definition of a cron job. And what this does, the name says it already, it's the nodes cleaner. That one actually connects to the Zabbix and cleans up those old pods that are kind of not needed anymore because there will never ever be a pod coming up with this same name. And here we go. Now it's cleaned up and ready for continuation of operation. And that was it, basically. I would like to say thank you. If anybody of you has a question, I don't know, we have time now. Otherwise, those who know you know that I'm not the guy going home early, so you will find me around. And otherwise, there's my contact data. Thank you.
Christian, please stay.
I stay.
We do have some questions, and one of the questions from the community, are there any comments you could give on the PostgreSQL performance in the Kubernetes specifically?
I would refer to Robert's talk here, because really we have not seen any worse performance. It's a little bit like years ago we had this discussion of, is it the right way to deploy Zabbix in virtual machines, or should we have physical hardware? And that was a time when virtual machines were just dramatically slower than the physical hardware. A container is not even virtualization. It is not slower, but of course it depends. It depends on what kind of storage you have. Do you use like an external fiber channel storage with a good bandwidth, or do you just build something on your own on maybe even very slow local disks? Then it's probably going to be a bad performance. But no negative experiences with performance in containers at all.
Thank you. And just one more. So those installations, specifically clusters, do you actually monitor them with Zabbix itself?
Oh, that's a good question. Partly yes, partly no. There we come to the point of monitoring Kubernetes and Kubernetes workloads with Zabbix, which is enough space for a talk on its own. Short version, yes, we do that because we love Zabbix. Longer version, there is other tools that are in this area and very popular in this area that also have their certain beauty, so to say.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, guys. At this point, I think we've had so many banana that someone needs to develop an extension or a plugin for Zabbix, like Zabanana or Banana Zabbix or Bananix or something like that. I don't know. I expect either Steve, some money? Oh, come on. Open source and all, community. All right. Our next speaker, actually, I think it's their first time on the Zabbix stage. Yes, he's waving his head. So let's cheer for Marco Hofmann, IT system engineer from Anaxco, Germany, with keeping hundreds of Windows Zabbix agents in sync across different customers. Let's give this guy some cheers. Come on. Marco, welcome.
Thank you. So, hello everybody. My first time on stage here. Nervous, of course. Thank you. So, my speech is about keeping hundreds of Windows Zabbix agents in sync. So, first, who am I? So, Marco Hofmann, I'm an IT specialist at Anaxco GmbH from Germany. And my two main areas at work are monitoring all of our customers with Zabbix, and second, app and desktop provisioning with Citrix. So some of you might already know me, as I'm one of the moderators of the Zabbix Telegram community and also the moderator of the Zabbix Reddit community. Before we start, I've prepared a short disclaimer. Two of the tools we are going to use are developed and maintained by Bernhard Linz, who is a Zabbix administrator from Germany. His tools, install Zabbix, agent.bat and agent auto update exe, are free to use and open source, so all of you can use his tools. And he hosts a German wiki about Zabbix and IT in general over at snil.net. And second, during this speech, I'm going to make heavy use of Azure DevOps, but it's not mandatory to use this tool to fulfill this concept. It should work with any agent-based CI/CD solution. So let's get started. Why do we need this concept, and what are the challenges we face every day? Let's imagine you're a managed service provider or an enterprise-sized company. Have you ever asked yourself the following questions? How many Zabbix agents can you deploy at once? Do you need to maintain customers without direct access? Have you ever thought of switching to Zabbix Agent 2 in less than a few minutes? How long does it take you to onboard a new customer? And finally, can your Zabbix agent deployments scale limitless? If you need the answer to one of these questions, maybe your Zabbix inventory looks like this. All versions starting maybe from 2.0 up and until 6.0 are mixed up. Nothing is in sync, agents have been deployed and not been maintained since. We don't want that. What we want is a Zabbix inventory that looks like this. All versions in control, everything in sync, and everything is maintained. To achieve something like that, we have 6 challenges. The first, we want to introduce a Git-like revision system to keep track of our changes. Second, we want to be able to target each and every Windows server in our customer's environment. So for example, as a managed service provider, we have maintenance contracts that we have to fulfill, and we must not miss any Windows server from our customer's environment. Then we have our challenges 3, 4, and 5, which are nearly the same. First, we want to keep our agent binary files up to date. We want to keep our Zabbix agent configuration file up to date. As the Zabbix binary version changes, maybe we need to adapt the configuration file. And we want to be able to distribute newly custom developed user parameters. And finally, we want to be able to scale limitless across dozens of customers and thousands of agents. So before we start, let's take a short look at the methods and tools available we use to install Zabbix agent. First, there's the classic method we all know. We download the zipped binary files, extract them, and install them from the command line. We need a prepared configuration file, which will then register the Windows service. Then there is the more modern approach to use the Zabbix provided official MSI files. We can use the GUI or the command line, which will then create a configuration file and register the Windows service. For our concept, we still decide to use the classic method because the tools we use already exist since 2013. And the official MSI files were just introduced 6 years later in 2019. If we would use the MSI files instead, the results could be the same, but we won't change an established process that has evolved over 8+ years. So now that we know what we are going to do, let's take a look at a high-level overview. From now on, everything we do will start from the Git repository, in this case, our Azure DevOps Git repository. From there on, we are going to use a tool which is called a release pipeline, which will maintain and fill one SMB file share for each of our customers. Starting from the SMB file share, we are going to make use of group policy preferences, which will install the agent onto each target Windows server. With the installation of the agent, we also install the agent auto update exe, which will then periodically check the SMB source for changes, and if there are changes, it will automatically adopt. So, with all tools in place, with the concept in place, I will now explain all of the tools in detail, starting with the 3 tools from Azure DevOps. Git has become the industry standard to keep track of source files. So we are going to host the contents of our SMB master share in the Azure DevOps Git repository. On the picture you can see a folder tree, and most important, the 3 binary files from the classic method, which are there ready for deployment. So these slides are very demo heavy, so we start with our first demo. Let's take a look. From the download page, we already downloaded the latest version of the Zabbix agent, in this case 6.0.8. We extract them and have access to the 3 binary files. We switch over to our Git repository and prepare an upload or a commit. For this, we need a commit message, and we need the payload, which are the 3 binary files. Now, with everything in place, we create an upload. After the upload, we can see that the commit message has changed from 6.0.7 to 6.0.8. But most important, we have a history, which we didn't have before. So we can see the last 4 changes, what was changed, who did it change, and when was it changed. So our first challenge is already solved by just introducing Git into our workflow. The second tool is the on-premises agent. The on-premises agent allows us to deploy our Git repository using an Azure pipeline. For this project, we will install 1 agent per customer that will then host the SMB share with the agent installed. So this share will then host the setup files. So let us take a look at a demo, what it looks like to set up the Azure DevOps agent. In our deployment group, which contains all the agents, we select register, which will then create a 1-line evergreen PowerShell command with a one-time access token. This token is not valid anymore, which will do the complete installation for us. It starts by downloading all the necessary files and will extract and install them. In between, there will be a few questions to answer. Most important, the agents want to be tagged. The tags are later then necessary for the release pipeline to target the right agent. So the download was successful. The agent now registers itself. After the registration, I'm going to enter the tagging for the agents. So tagging was successful. Setup will finish now. And the agent will restart, and the setup is finished. Afterwards, we can check the file system. And in the file system, we can see that the folder AZ agent was created with all binary and configuration files in place. And also, the Windows service was created and is up and running, and it's now ready to accept commands from the DevOps. So the third tool from Azure DevOps is the release pipeline. A release is always based on a commit from our Git master branch. This is then called an artifact, which is copied over into the on-premises agent. And inside the agent, the deployment task will be executed against our cached artifact to create a customer-adjusted result. So this is what it looks like in the Azure DevOps portal. We have 3 tasks which the artifact will be manipulated with. First is the PowerShell task, then there is a replace tokens task, and finally a copy files to task. I will explain each of these steps now in detail. First is a script which I call new Zabbix agent share.ps1. The script first checks if the target folder already exists, and if not, it will create the folder, for example, when it's a new customer. Then it will make this folder an SMB share with the appropriate permissions. And finally, it will always override the NTFS permissions to make sure every folder is secured, so should we decide to alter these permissions afterwards in the script. And the second task is the replace tokens task. It's a free marketplace function that can replace tokens in any text file. So on the left side, you can see our original file, and on the right side, you can see the already deployed file. So every word that is now surrounded with hash curly brackets will be replaced with the appropriate customer-adjusted variable. And the token translation table for that is maintained in the Azure DevOps portal. And the third task is the copy files to task, which is a standard Azure DevOps function that will simply copy over the content of an already cached artifact. So in this case, we first already created the target path during our first task with PowerShell and created the SME share with the NTFS permissions accordingly. Then we manipulated the files in task 2 to correspond to the target customer's environment. And now finally, we will copy over this artifact into the SMB share where it will be accessible for every member server. So let's take a look what it looks like to execute a release. So first we start to create a new release. And if you look closely, you can see that the artifact is based on the latest commit. So now we decide to say, okay, this is what we want, we create the release. It will now get queued up in the Azure DevOps portal and will wait for resources to be available and then start executing. We will now check the details to see each of the steps are already explained executing. So now the task starts, and the first thing that always happens is downloading the artifact, which is the latest Git commit, to the on-premises agent. After the download, the 3 tasks I just explained will execute. First, the PowerShell step. And as you see on the right side, there is no Zabbix folder yet, so the script will create the folder and adjust the permissions. Afterwards, the artifact will get manipulated through the replace tokens task and copied over into our just created folder. The files are all in place and the release was a success. Our Zabbix agent share is now available for deployment to each member server in the domain. So now that we have our share, we want to deploy this agent to every Windows server. Therefore, we assume that our customer's environment is based on Microsoft Active Directory, and so all Windows servers are domain joined. And as we have access to Active Directory, we have access to group policy preferences, but more specifically, managed scheduled tasks. And now with our SMB share as a source, we will have this call for the install Zabbix agent.bat, which we have to deploy to every Windows server. Let's take a look what it looks like to set up this task. On the left side, you can see a group policy editor, and on the right side, you can see a member server which doesn't have the task yet. So we will edit a group policy that will target every Windows server. And inside the group policy, we switch over to the managed scheduled tasks. The task will need a name. I decide for install Zabbix monitoring agent. And it will need a user which will execute the task. I decide to use the system user, but I have to replace it because the system user is not language agnostic. So I replace it with the SID so it works in a multi-language environment. For a trigger, I say to run once every day at midnight, but I also set a random interval so the file server does not get overloaded if I have thousands of agents that will install at the same time. As an action, I just copy over the call that we have seen in the slide before. And under conditions and settings, I just set a few standard settings that are not important for the success of this task. Now I close and save the editor and switch over to the member server, which doesn't have the task. And to speed things up a little bit, I execute GP update, wait a few seconds, and check the task scheduler to see that the task was created. And I now, to speed things up a little further, execute the task on demand, which is successful, and now Zabbix agent was installed. And with this successful task, I know that later this day at midnight, every Windows server will receive the task, every server will execute the task, and they will have Zabbix agent installed. So every Windows server was targeted and no Windows server was missed for this particular customer. So we already have used the installed Zabbix agent.bat, and the agent auto update exe will now be more important. So I will explain both of the tools from Bernhard Linz now. First, there is the installed Zabbix agent.bat, which is a command line script written by him in 2013 that will dynamically create a Windows Zabbix agent configuration file on the target Windows server. It can be discussed that a script is still more flexible together with the classic exe file than the MSI file, because the MSI file has strict parameters I have to use, and in the script I can do what I want, only limited by my scripting skills. And you might ask if a PowerShell script would not be more elegant and contemporary, and I agree, but when we adopted this solution, Windows Server 2003 was still supported, and the scripts were still very well on Windows Server 2022. So more important, the agent auto update exe. Every time this tool is executed, it accepts two parameters. First, an SMB share as a source, and second, the install Zabbix agent.bat as an action. During each run, it will then calculate the MD5 hashes of each source file in the SMB share. It will then cache these hashes in the registry. And now during each run, it will compare the already cached hashes with the live hashes. And if there's any deviation, for example, a hash changed or is added or is missing, this will count as a change, and this will trigger the second parameter, which is the reinstallation of the agent by calling the install Zabbix agent.bat. So for example, in one of the first slides, we prepared a git commit with the latest Zabbix agent version. This will, of course, change the hash file in the registry, in the source, but not in the registry. This will count as a change and will trigger an update. Or we develop a new user parameter. We'll add it to our configuration files. This is also a change. This will also trigger a reinstallation. So, slowly coming to an end. I've explained all the tools. Let's take a look what it all looks like working together. So what we have now established is a change-based process. Everything we will do from now on always starts with a change. And a change is always pushed to our Git repository, in this case, our Azure DevOps Git repository. And with the help of our Azure DevOps agents, one installed per customer, we are going to make use of our Azure DevOps release pipeline, which will create, maintain, and fill our customers' SMB share. From there, we make use of group policy preferences, tagging each and every missing Windows server, which will install Zabbix agent, and together with Zabbix agent, always install the agent auto update exe. If Zabbix agent was already installed, the agent auto update exe will periodically check the SMB source for changes, and if there are changes, it will adopt to these changes. The circle closes, and starting with our change, we've distributed it among the whole infrastructure. Everything is now well maintained, everything is in sync, and the next change only will happen if we push a change to our Git repository. So coming back to our 6 challenges. The first challenge was we want to be able to keep track of changes, and we achieved that by introducing Git into this concept. The second challenge was to target each and every Windows server, and we achieved that by making use of group policy preferences. The challenges 3, 4, and 5 have been solved by using the agent auto-update exe, which will keep our Zabbix agent binary file up to date, and will keep our Zabbix agent configuration file up to date. And we are also now able to distribute newly developed custom user parameters. And finally, we want to be able to scale limitless. And to be honest, I don't know if it's really limitless, but I haven't been able to hit any limits, and I don't expect to hit any limits. And so far, this is working very well for us. If you like this concept, I've put together a few references, which you can look at later. Most important, the tools from Bernhard Linz, and I've uploaded the script new Zabbix agent share for the DevOps pipeline. Thank you very much. Have a great time at Zabbix Summit.
Thank you for the presentation. That was interesting. And we do have a question.
Okay.
So why exactly like that? Have you ever considered to use some, let's say, software automation like Chocolatey or something else?
Yes, we have a software deployment in place that we make heavy use of, but we have customers without direct access and where we don't have the permission to use our deployment software. And we had always the problem that we missed Zabbix servers. And therefore we switched over to making use of the tools that are available inside the customer's environment without third-party tools, and something that will still work if we don't have access to the environment anymore. So if this is set up once initially, we don't need direct access anymore to be able to still fulfill our monitoring contracts. So this is the reason we switched from software deployment and third-party tools to using the agent-based pipeline and not any third-party tools.
Thank you very much.
All right, not bad for a first-timer, I'd say. Very good, thank you. And this is actually a question that many people ask us. How can I keep track of hundreds of agents, you know? Got that answered. Okay, next up, we'd like to thank our most loyal partners over here. And to do that, I will invite my fellow colleagues from Zabbix, specifically our Director of Business Development, Sergey Sorokin, and a Partner Relations Manager, Samir Javadov. Welcome on stage. And also Alexey. No one told me, but yes, Alexey is also doing that.
Okay, I guess we need a pointer here.
Well, maybe I'll just...
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I will start. So partners really plays a very important role in the developing on Zabbix across the world. So as we said before, we are having more than almost 250 partners in different parts of the world. And obviously our partners are different companies, sometimes also the big companies, really big companies. But sometimes, and that's what I'm very excited about, some partners is really just a kind of one-man company. So just a one-man company, engineer approached us, and it happened quite often, and we became a partner, and then we see that the one-man company is really evolving over time. And we had quite a few examples. There were great examples when it's all started as being one-man partner company, and then it evolves over time into something bigger, and there was a hiring process, there was maybe this kind of merchant acquisitions process at the end. But still, yeah, I'm very, very happy about it that Zabbix, well, being free and open source software, it still enables the development of the business, yeah, development of the kind of local businesses all around the world, yeah, in many, many different countries. That's something that really, well, makes me happy, actually, very much, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I like this hidden advertisement, right? Start a small company with Zabbix, grow big, right? So, yeah, but it's true. It really happens, and I think there are a few guys here that can raise their hands on that. If not, I know them anyway. Yeah, thanks. And right now, actually, I mean, we love all the partners. That's for sure, and there are no doubt in that. But what we would like probably, because again, it's a 10th anniversary event, right? And you usually fall into celebrating different dates and different numbers. So right now we would like to name all the partners that are staying with us for more than 5 years, 5 and above. And there are also some partners that are staying with us 10 years and above, right? So we'll go with a list, and it's going to be long, right? But I think you had some coffee, and there is actually coffee waiting for you after that. So please keep strong, and if you notice yourself on that list, if you're within the room, please come up to the stage, right? Because we have some small things for you. Samir, should we advertise what we are going to give again? Oh, no. Oh, it's okay. It's a secret. You can approach the partner and ask him what he got, right? I think it's going to be some kind of a game. So, should we start? So, it's a 5+ years thing. And Samir, go ahead.
Thank you, Sergey. So, the first one in our list would be one of our local partners, Baltijos Informacijos Technologies. Is somebody today here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alerta. Yeah. Давай. Can I go? Okay, the second one will be BNC, Business Network Communications. I think I saw somebody from BNC, yep.
Okay, the next partner, E-Group Solutions.
I think I saw Thomas somewhere, Rheinland Solutions, 5 years with Zabbix. And probably I can announce that Thomas just reached like the premium partner status, so we'll upgrade him like anytime soon. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. By the way, as you can see, the list of those partners is much longer. That just not everybody were able to come and to join. Of course, we would be happy to see all of the partners joining, but some of them, like TDS, it's South Korea, and NAC is Japan. So I think they have a good excuse maybe not to come this year, but next year I think they will be here. They want to be here. So that's the partners that we are celebrating and we are very thankful to. And okay, I think there is one partner.
Yep, there is still one partner who reached like 5-year milestone, and this is Christian with secadm. I think I saw Christian. Yeah, applause to him.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Christian.
All right, yeah, so the next partner is Xefeo. Whoa.
Oh, nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, this is more partners that are here with us for more than 5 years. And now we are switching to 10 years, 10 years plus partners. So the list is still impressive. So we would like to invite Alenta here, representatives of Alenta. I saw them at the booth. I think they're just not aware of this surprise. We'll give them the prize a bit later.
And the next one is a cool monitoring. Cool monitoring, anyone? Oh, yeah. Yes, please come to the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you.
More 10 plus years partners. And when we're talking about those present here, we would like to invite IntelliTrend representative here.
And the next one is Open Future.
Patrick, you are here. You are somewhere here. Okay, we'll find him.
Yes.
Okay, the next partner that we would like to see here is a representative of Quadrata. What's going on?
Quadrata.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. And, well, our friends from Brazil, Unirede. Oh!
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the list of the partners. We really hope that with every Zabbix Summit, with every year, the list will become longer and longer and longer. It's not because we care really about this number, but we really care about this ability to work through the partners locally, to be everywhere in the world, to share Zabbix through those experts in different countries. And once again, thank you a lot for being our loyal partners, and we are doing the best to be your loyal vendor. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you everyone who helped, who assisted each other and presented these here gifts to our loyal partners. Now, we will have our final break before the final stretch of these here presentations. Stay tuned. We have some good presentation, also lightning talks at the very end of the summit before the closing speech. So we will have a 20-minute coffee break. Don't forget to visit the sponsor booths out there. Many of these sponsors also presented their speeches there, so you can find them at their booths. Take a look at their offerings, their software, and so on. Merch shop is also still available. and also the closing party. Do we have a QR code to put up on the screen for the closing party? We do, we will. Okay, we'll put a QR code with the directions for the closing party at Spiteri in Riga, so stay tuned. We will return in 20 minutes, 55 past.
What are you asking? What are you going to
All right, guys. So this is the last coffee break of the Zabbix Summit, and I have Christian today with me. He is also representative of our lunch sponsor, secadm of MCL Group company. And Christian, thank you for the great presentation. How do you feel about this summit?
Okay, after so many years without an on-site summit in Riga, of course, as most of us, I feel completely emotional and very excited of being able to be here, all the Zabbix family together once again. So yeah, it's a great feeling. Yes.
All right, thank you. And can you tell us a little bit about your company?
Well, we are an IT services and product company. We are right now in the phase of transition. We move from four market leaders in the past into one big new company. So there's a lot of things we are right now working on. But one of our major points is, of course, consultancy. And well, in my team, we do the consultancy for everything that has to do with open source technologies, plus container technologies, plus monitoring, observability, and everything you need to have, like, a good and well-running IT environment.
And what will be the one project you are the most proud of? Or maybe the biggest project, if you can think of something most complicated one, something special.
Oh, I wouldn't say really we have this one project we are so proud of. I think we can be proud of the customers we have in general and the good relationship we are able to maintain with these customers because of being able to sell not only a product but able to sell services and trust, and that's something I'm very thankful for, that we have these customers really trusting us, listening to our advices, and with this we have a lot of fun at work.
Okay, thank you so much. It was a lot of very inspiring speech, thanks. And thank you guys. We'll have a few more speeches left and then the summit ends and we'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We have our final stretch of speeches, but before that, I'd like to give word to Sergey Sorokin to clarify a couple of things.
Yes, guys, I'm starting to like jumping on the stage. Actually, I have a very, very small message. I would like to invite on this stage another partner who is our partner for 5 years and more. Seems like we lost the certificate just in the backstage between the boxes. I'm very sorry, terribly sorry, but I would like to see here a representative of S&T, our longtime partner from Slovakia.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Alexey. Thank you, S&T. Thank you, guys. All right. Before we continue, we are, like I said, right before the final stretch. I'd like to see the list of our sponsors so we can give our thanks once again. So let's thank our Zabbix Summit 2022 sponsors. Let's start with platinum sponsors, and we are starting with IntelliTrend. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks to our platinum sponsors for showing such a large contribution to us. Next up, we have a platinum sponsor called Quadrata. Thank you, guys. Thanks to Alenta. Thank you. Then we have our gold sponsors. We have Easy IT. Thank you for the banana and everything. We have Test DevLab, thank you. Gold sponsor Initmax, thank you guys. H5 Network, thanks. And our final gold sponsor, Kustos, thank you guys. Yeah, make some noise for your sponsors, come on. Yeah. We have our silver sponsors, MySQL, thank you. Metricio, thanks a lot. Docomo Business NTD Communications, thank you. And of course, SRA OSS, thanks. And our final silver sponsor, UniReady. Thank you guys a lot. Yeah, there you go. Thank you guys. All right. Yeah, this was our thanks to these sponsors. Like I said, we've been through these 2 amazing days, the parties and everything. You guys have helped us quite a lot. So we have 2 final speeches and then a bunch of lightning talks where we will see some quick demonstrations, use cases, talks related to and around Zabbix. So for our next speech, we will talk about using Zabbix to monitor OpenNebula private cloud infrastructure. Let's welcome Geert Willems, system engineer at the Flemish Government from Belgium. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. It's also my first time on stage, so I'm a bit nervous, but I will do my best. OpenNebula asked us to do a presentation using Zabbix for our, to monitor our OpenNebula private cloud infrastructure. I said I'm Geert Willems, I'm from Belgium. I started in 2015 at the department Environment, Omgeving in Dutch, which is part of the Flemish Government, and it aims to create integrated environmental and spatial planning policy. I'm a member of the infra team, and I'm a system engineer. We have an IT department which exists of 5 development teams, counting 50+ developers, and 1 infra middleware team having 7 members. We have 3 data centers which are spread over different locations, and most of our applications are Spring Boot Java based or open source software, of which we have a bit more than 300 running. Most of the applications are running in a high availability setup, which means that at least 2 nodes are active. For the database, we have opted to use Postgres, of which we have a bit more than 170 database instances running. This all is running in 3 environments. Development, which is used for the developers to run and test their features. The testing environment used by the business to do user acceptation testing, and production, which is the actual live environment. We also provide hosting for other entities and agencies. During 1 week, we do about 500, even more, redeploys of applications. So across these 3 environments, we have a bit more than 2,200 virtual machines running. As I said, we have 3 data centers. I will only focus on the OpenNebula and the Zabbix components, but the 3 data centers are linked with 1 redundant 10 gigabit stretched level 2 fiber network. And for the OpenNebula frontend, which is running in a high availability setup consisting of 3 nodes, we have decided to spread them over the 3 data centers. In DC1, which is our smallest data center, we have our Zabbix server running with its database, and the front end of the Zabbix is running in a virtual machine. Data center 2, we have our OpenNebula hypervisors for the production environment, and they are spread over 2 OpenNebula clusters to have one for the even nodes and the other one for the odd nodes. Each of those host clusters are using their own Ceph cluster. Data center 3, which is used for development and testing, we also have our hypervisors spread over 2 host clusters in OpenNebula, but here they are using both one same Ceph cluster. In total, we have 26 hypervisors running, and each of those Ceph clusters have about 1 petabyte of storage capacity. And as we have a stretched network, we are able to deploy the VMs across those 2 latest data centers. Some people like to see pictures of data centers. Well, here a few, as you can see, nice and clean. Okay, so for the hardware, we are doing configuration management with Ansible. And one of the Ansible roles is installing the Zabbix server agent and sender. And the Zabbix configuration specific for the host that needs to be registered in the server, Zabbix server, is the configuration of the network, the groups which the system should be assigned to, and the templates to use in order to monitor the system. Currently, we are using Zabbix version 6.0 for both the server as well for the agent and the sender packages. And this is done for as well the bare metals as well for the virtual machines later on. Okay, we have chosen to use the deployment philosophy infrastructure as a code. This eliminates manual interventions. It also automates a deployment process of the servers, and that results in less human errors. Repeatability, in our case, each redeploy results in a new VM. And as I already said, we are able to migrate the service between the two data centers. It also delivers self-service for the development team, so they can deploy their new application in OpenNebula without the intervention of the infra team. And this is all done by introducing our OHO server template, OHO, which stands for OpenNebula Hosting Omgeving, environment in English. And these server templates are simple YAML files, which are under version control, that describes the virtual machine, how it should look like, memory, CPU, disk, in what network it should run, and it will configure which external systems need to be configured, like DNS, backup, monitoring, key cloak for security, and much more. And as well, the software that needs to be installed on the virtual machine. These YAML files are easy to extend when we introduce new components within our infrastructure. And finally, these templates are used by our automation tool for deploying the virtual machines. A few actions that are done by this deployment process is running an Ansible script, which will set the virtual machine into maintenance mode. Then the virtual machine will be destroyed in Ansible, and the configuration on the external system will be removed as well. Then a new VM will be deployed within OpenNebula, and it will be reconfigured on the external systems. And once the server is up and running, a new Ansible role will be executed in order to install the agent 2 and the sender, as well the configuration files that are needed, and the reconfiguration of the host, the virtual machine, will be done on the Zabbix server. So now, how do we monitor all this in Zabbix? Well, first of all, OpenNebula has its own monitoring mechanism, which is executed at configured interval times for the hosts, virtual machines, data stores, virtual data centers, and so on. And with OpenNebula CLI commands, we can get the states and metrics for these monitoring stuff, like the availability and federation sync state of the frontends, a list of the hosts and virtual machines with their state, how many allocated memory and CPU they have, and a lot more information, the data stores. And it's also possible to ask the details for one specific host, virtual machine, data store, and name it. Here are a few examples of those output of the CLI commands. I will not go into detail. The state of the front end, a list of the hypervisors within OpenNebula, one specific host more in detail, details for one specific virtual machine, and here a list of the data stores that we have configured within OpenNebula. Okay, how do we use these metrics within Zabbix? When we started with OpenNebula 4, we used a template script that we have found in the Zabbix community. But we had a few thoughts, problems with it. First of all, it did not cover all the metrics and states that are available by the OpenNebula CLI commands. So probably not useful for everyone. And the biggest issue that we had is when we upgraded OpenNebula to version 5, some of the output of the CLI commands was changed. So we had to modify the script. To be honest, we only focused on those metrics we were interested in. And all these items, they are collected via the external user parameter of the agent. And for those who are interested in, This is the link where we have found the template script from the community. One of the things that the script did not monitor is the state of the federation sync of the front end. Therefore, we have created a new script that collects the necessary values from the CLI command from OpenNebula in order to validate them. And if a difference is found, we will create an alert. And this alert is also provided to the Zabbix server via the external user parameter of the agent. Another thing that we have added in addition is the monitoring of the SSL certificates using the Zabbix template for this. And it will create a critical alert when the certificate is not valid, or a warning in case the certificate will expire within 30 days. And it's not the end. We created a new script in order to check if virtual machines within OpenNebula were running as a zombie. We had a few situations that when a virtual machine was redeployed, that the actual VM was not correctly removed from the hypervisor on which it was running. Nevertheless, OpenNebula would have created a new VM, which could end in a failure state, or even worse, with a double IP. So the script that we have created will check all our hypervisors to check for active zombies. And if at least one is found, an alert will be sent to the Zabbix server using the Zabbix sender. This script is executed daily by cron, but it can also be executed manually in case of. And the reason why we do it in cron is because the script takes quite some time to check all those hypervisors and each virtual machine that is running on it. So here a few latest data which are collected by the script and those things that we have added in addition to. Okay, how do we monitor our deployed VMs? As I said before, we do the Zabbix configuration for the virtual machines in the server templates. And these configurations are the proxy to use in order to reduce the load of the Zabbix server. We have two different proxies, one for the application servers and another one for the databases. And this is applicable for the three environments. Then the templates that should be used in order to monitor the VM, the group assignments, could be infra team, could be development team, and so on. And we use macros, texts, vault, secrets. And at the left side, an example of a configuration for one specific application using the GMX Java. And here we have configured the service, systemd service, that should be monitored for the specific application, and the URL in order to check the availability, the status health of the application. On the right side is a middleware component, Elasticsearch, as you can see in the template configuration. And we also configured macros in order to overrule the default values for file system warning and criticals that should be sent to the Zabbix server. I would like to mention here that our department has sponsored Zabbix to do two developments. The first one is the GMX low-level discovery for Java. In the past, we had to use different templates in function of the version of Java, and it's hard to maintain this. So with the new template and the low-level discovery, it's more easy. And the other one is the monitoring for the systemd service in order to check if the status is running or not. Okay, dashboards and latest data. This is an example of a dashboard that we use as infra team. All kinds of alerts are visible here for hypervisors, virtual machines, over the environments, as well the status of the network. This is a dashboard specific for our OpenNebula environment. The upper part are the metrics and the status which are collected by the template script from the community, and below are the ping status of for the hypervisors to see if one is down or not. We also have some graphics that will show the CPU load for each of the hypervisors, as well as the available memory on those hypervisors. And here an example of the latest data. Of course, there's much more than this page for one specific hypervisor. Our development teams are able to create themselves the dashboards with the metrics they would like to see on this screen. And here we have an example of an application and as well the status of the Postgres database server which is used by the application. Here an example of the latest data of one specific virtual machine, an application. And I would like to end this presentation by saying that we are looking forward to test a future official Zabbix template in order to monitor the OpenNebula environment. We have created a request, as you can see here, the link. Meanwhile, we are doing some investigation on how we can get the status and the metrics using OpenNebula's XML RPC API calls. It results in one huge string, so we still need to look further on how we can extract the states and metrics from this string into the corresponding Zabbix items. Thank you.
Stop. I would like to ask a question, but specifically, Steve Destevel, unfortunately cannot see, but actually has a question for you. What is the host group team rock stars that was on the slides?
Yeah. In our team, there are inventing names to specific development teams. We have Rocky, we have, what do we have? No. Apocalypse, we have, a lot of. So, yeah.
And just one more. From the experience, did you had any issues in monitoring specifically a lot of JMX, so Java-related applications?
No, the only problem that we had in the past was that we had to use different templates. But now with the low-level discovery, it works fine, and all the metrics are well triggered and sent to Zabbix.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, our next speaker is one of our own, a member of the Zabbix team. We are going to be talking about hunting Zabbix vulnerabilities. So security guys out there, you'll enjoy this one. So let's welcome on the stage cybersecurity lead at Zabbix Latvia, Alexey Mitrofanov. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Good. So yeah, my name is Alexey Mitrofanov, as it mentioned, and I'm cybersecurity lead. As you may think, we're going to talk today about fishing and hunting in Latvia. I will explain you what kind of fish you may catch in our rivers. Maybe next time. Okay, let's talk about security. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to explain you how we are looking for security vulnerabilities in Zabbix product, really. So, I will tell you what security vulnerability is, as well as explain what kind of drivers we have who are pushing us to find vulnerabilities. And I'm going to present you a little Zabbix journey from how we implemented different solutions, helping us to find vulnerabilities, till real results we got. Okay, let's start. Security vulnerability. If you are fishing a little bit in the internet, you will definitely find this definition. Security vulnerability is an error or flaw within IT assets that could be exploited by hackers in order to destroy your system, get some data, etc. So there could be different types of vulnerabilities, like coding mistakes within a source code of application that leads to buffer overflow attack. Or, developer mistake who just forgot to enable verification of correctly entered data in application, thereby allowing hackers to execute different injections attack. It could be IT assets misconfiguration, then system administrator just incorrectly configured firewall, not enough hardened Zabbix instances, and thereby allowing external hackers connect to Zabbix front end and execute different bad stuff there. So many others vulnerabilities exist, but today we are mostly talking about vulnerabilities that may exist in different components of Zabbix, like API, front-end, back-end, agents. And hackers can take advantage of these vulnerabilities directly connecting to these components, right? Or indirectly, for example, by sending link with malicious code inside it to a victim. So, vulnerabilities, 3 main resources we continuously supporting that contain information about vulnerabilities. First of them, MITRE CVE, or Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures Database. Another one, our Zabbix Ticket Management System. And the third one that was mentioned by Alexey yesterday, new resource that we have introduced at the beginning of this year, called Zabbix Security Advisories and CVE Database. And information in all of these resources plus minus equal. But the third one also contains information about advisories. And what I mean by advisories, it is not a secret Zabbix uses third-party libraries. And sometimes these libraries also have critical or high vulnerabilities. And if they see that and see that a lot of users in the internet are talking about that, we definitely prepare an advisory and tell our customers and end users if Zabbix affected by this vulnerability or is it not. Where you can find this advisory, just go to our official website, zabbix.com, and on the top of that you will see the button product, press on it, and in the appeared window on the right side you will see a link to Security Advisors and CV database. So not all vulnerabilities are presented here, only the stuff we have informed about since November of the previous year. If you click on any of these vulnerabilities or advisories, you will see synopsis of vulnerability, description, known attack vectors, affected components, fixed versions of components, and a very important thing, Zabbix severity. If you see that severity is critical or high, I would recommend you update your Zabbix instances as soon as possible. Good. So what kind of drivers we have which are pushing us to find vulnerabilities? Naturally, Zabbix itself, want to fix vulnerabilities as soon as possible and before we release our new products to customers and end users. Right now, honestly, we don't have any authority requirements that are telling us to find vulnerabilities. But we have different customers in different sectors: financial and banking, telco, medical and healthcare, which on their side also have their internal requirements or requirements dictated by regulatory authorities, which are telling, please ask your software vendor to have proper vulnerability program in place, or please use secure software in your infrastructure. Okay, so the third power, our partners, definitely. So, which in their turn also have customers and regulatory authorities. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, we have seen recently a lot of existing customers or even new one. They are asking Zabbix to have specific security solutions in place in different places of our software development lifecycle. So let's talk a bit about these solutions, and I will explain you what kind of things we implemented. And to better do that, so let's take a look at slightly adopted version of software development lifecycle. Why slightly adopted? Just because we are missing here the last step related to deploying software, just because it's happening not in our infrastructure but in customer one. So let's imagine you have some brilliant idea about changing in Zabbix, something changing, right? So first of all, we have to collect requirements, functional requirements, then we have to design them, develop code, test code, and release it to customers. So let's transform SDLC to secure software development lifecycle. And the trick here is just to address security in each step of SDLC. So for the first step, we have to provide security guidelines for our developers, just to make our code more secure at the beginning. We also have to provide security requirements, for example, use specific RITA algorithms. If the change is pretty big, for example, we are introducing a new component in Zabbix or removing existing one, we have to create an architecture, do a risk assessment, provide some security baseline, for example, to have proper encryption between components. So requirements and design are ready, they can start development, right? And here we have to address static code analysis. So we have to check our code. It could be manual or automatic, doesn't matter. So then code is ready, we can start testing and have a dynamic security testing. And for the last but not least step, they can do a penetration testing. At the end of the previous year, we have created a new cybersecurity program in Zabbix and did a big risk assessment that showed us that we have to focus mostly on the last 3 steps in our secure SDLC. Just because, we didn't use a common static application security testing tool or dynamic security application tool. I don't want to tell that, we didn't use nothing. No, well, we use a different set of tools, but use them in silos. So each team use their own set of tools. So, but when you don't have a common tool, you can't see all vulnerabilities, you can't prioritize them, you can't focus on more important stuff, and you can't be so proactive as it's needed. Another thing, even right now you can report about any vulnerabilities you find in Zabbix to us, but it's happening not predictably, I would say, yeah. And we wanted also to improve this process a bit and ask independent parties to check our code, to check our application. So what have we done? Since the beginning of this year, we improved significantly, I would say, our SDLC. For the third step, we implemented SAST, Static Application Security Testing Tool, the common one. For the next one, DAST, and for the last step, we started cooperation with one of the most popular bug bounty platform called HackerOne. Alexey mentioned that yesterday. So why it's most popular? You can see, companies right now which are using it. It's like a GM, Slack, Google Play, Spotify, Uber, and others. And all of them upload their application or asking independent researchers to find security vulnerabilities in their products. Right now, our program is in private mode. That means that only small amount of white hackers can check our application. But we hope till the end of this year it will be in public mode. That means that everyone who has account in HackerOne can try to hack our application. Please do it if you don't have right now any accounts there. So it's definitely not for free. We are paying for critical vulnerabilities $2,000 and for high one $1,000. Okay, so what kind of challenges we had during implementation of all of that stuff? Question to you, could you please raise a hand if you know what static application security testing is? SAST. No one? Okay. Oh. Okay, so at least one person. What about DAST, Dynamic Application Security Testing Tool? Cool. So let me explain you a bit the main difference between both of these tools. So in this case, you will understand better why it was challenge for us. So first of all, SAST analyzes your application in non-running state. So this tool analyzes your code line by line in order to understand if you use any vulnerable functions or maybe libraries. Then the Dynamic Application Security Testing tool do it in another way. You have to compile your application and make it available as for end user. And DAST should log into your application and send different data into the fields in order to understand how your application responds. Sometimes, SAST, it's called like developer view on the vulnerabilities because this is the main tool for developers. And DAST, it's a tester view on vulnerabilities because QA team, the main consumers of the reports. If you remember Secure as DLC, SAST located in the first step, and DAST located pretty close to the end of software development lifecycle. It means that if DAST identify any critical vulnerabilities, most probably the release date of your application will be moved ahead a little bit because you have to fix them. SAST usually analyze application pretty quickly. For Zabbix, it's around 10 minutes or 1 hour, depends on the programming code. DAST do it during 1 day. One version of Zabbix is scanned by DAST during 1 day. Can imagine how long time. So yeah, SAST covers all programming languages, at least for Zabbix. DAST we can use only for frontend and API. And we ask ourselves, what is our choice? What should we use, SAST or DAST? Maybe nothing at all, yeah, maybe everything. And yeah, the correct answer, at least for us, was like, let's use everything. Because each tool complements each other, right? And we can get more vulnerabilities. One eye is good, but two are much better. But in this case, we have another challenge. Which tool should you implement the first, SAST or DAST? We decided to go ahead initially with DAST, just because it's capable to cover, larger scope of vulnerabilities. We analyze all vulnerabilities we have been reported during the last 2 years, and saw that, yeah, DAST most probably can find almost all of them. Plus, it takes less effort to get started because initially only security guys can evaluate reports, then these tools can be used by QA team. Yeah, we didn't forget about SAST, so initially we implemented DAST and then SAST. Another challenge, pen testing or bug bounty program. Do you know what bug bounty is? Anyone? Pen testing? What about pen testing? Cool. So the main idea, doesn't matter if you're planning to use pen testing or bug bounty, the main idea, the main arm for all of these approaches is to find vulnerabilities before hackers can do that, right? When you're requesting pen testing or bug bounty, usually hackers, white hackers, provide you step-by-step guide how you can use vulnerabilities. Because SAST and DAS only giving you a list of vulnerabilities, yeah, and you really don't know can they be exploited or can't. During pen testing and bug bounty, you will find these answers. Okay, so pen testing. Let me explain you again the differences between two approaches. Pen testing, usually limited group of security researchers are involved. For Zabbix, it was like around 3 or 5 persons. In case of bug bounty, thousands of security researchers. Yes, with different knowledge and experience, but anyway, their amount is pretty big. Pen testers usually must use methodology in order to pen test your application. In case of bug bounty, white hackers are not manageable. So it's up to them decide should they use methodology or they can do whatever they wish to do with your application. Pen testing is limited in time. You have to agree with pen tester on specific time slot, then your application have to be tested. In case of bug bounty, it is continuous process. It's up to hackers, white hackers, when they want to hack your application and what kind of part of your application. Authentication flow or flow between, backend and database. So in case of pen testing, you're paying for testing time. In case of bug bounty, you're paying for criticality of vulnerabilities, found vulnerabilities. And the trick here that you can, change the focus of white hackers on the things that you are really interested to get. For example, for us, very important to find vulnerabilities with privilege escalations. And we are paying for such vulnerabilities much more money. And that's why, hackers can focus on that stuff mostly. So yeah, as you understand, we decided to go ahead with bug bounty because it's pretty close to our culture, Zabbix culture, and how we live. We release new version of Zabbix once per month, once per 2 months. And if we decided to go with pen testing, it would, really hard for us to manage that stuff. Plus, we are trying to be, open and transparent to our customers on decisions we make. And even all vulnerabilities that have been identified in our products and fixed, we always inform about that all, audience in the internet. And we believe that, as much as possible, white hackers are involved in the process of identification vulnerabilities, we can get more results, or more vulnerabilities can be identified in this case. Yeah, bug bounty, as I said, in private mode, and soon will be in public one. And what we have now? So, we analyze any changes in release branches, alpha, beta release candidates, final versions. So, SAS and DAST scanning all this version of our application. Bug bounty, yeah. All supported Zabbix packages right now are evaluated by white hackers. Let me maybe show you some examples which different tools found. One of them, this vulnerability had been identified by SAST, and you can see it showed us that we still using insecure MD5 hash function in the new version of Zabbix, 6.1, beta 1. And the problem here is that, if historically end users, Zabbix end user, use MD5 in order to store password in the Zabbix database, during migration to the new version of Zabbix, to the 6.1, this approach still would exist there. That means that if hacker somehow get access to the database, for him, it takes around 1 hour to recover all passwords of the front end, yeah? And there connect to the Zabbix front end and do bad stuff there. So we decided not to support this function, yeah? Thanks SAS for that. Another example, vulnerability identified by DAST. It is reflected cross-site scripting in action configuration window of Zabbix front end. Let me explain you how you can use this vulnerability. Basically, if hacker created a link with different with specific action inside this link and send it to a victim, and this victim has privileged rights in Zabbix frontend, for example, create users. So if victim press on this link, absolutely transparently for him and you users, the specific logins, specific passwords, and specific roles is going to be created. Yeah. So as you can see, versions from 6.00 till 6.06 are affected, as well as 6.2.0. Severity is medium just because you can't exploit this vulnerability as a simple user, plus you have to trick a victim to press on the link, so it's not a high or critical vulnerability. But anyway, please evaluate this vulnerability if you are still using affected version of Zabbix, and update it if it's needed. Okay, outcomes or results we get. First of all, security has become a continuous concern during all steps of secure development lifecycle. Just because our developers can check what kind of vulnerabilities exist in their code, our QA team can get reports from DAS tool or Dynamic Application Security Testing tool, and security team gets reports from white hackers. Pretty cool. Another thing, we have become more proactive in finding vulnerabilities. So we can identify them earlier. That means we can provide our customers more secure product. And if some vulnerabilities may still exist, we have independent party, our white hackers, which can help us to find this missing stuff. So yeah, partners and customers, they are first informed about vulnerabilities. Usually we inform our partners and customers in advance. We're giving them like 10 or 14 days to update Zabbix. So if you want to get these reports, just be our customer or partner, guys. Yeah, bananas again, this topic. So yeah, we are reducing cost for users and Zabbix. Why for users? Just because you shouldn't so often update your Zabbix instances because of vulnerabilities. Why for Zabbix? Because we are fixing vulnerabilities not in rush. So we are more proactive. And yeah, we think that by cleaning vulnerabilities up, we are making Zabbix user environment more secure, because we are providing you guys a more secure product that is less exploitable by hackers. So thanks a bunch, thanks a lot, and if you have any questions, I am ready to answer them.
So even though you're partially answered, there was one question. Is there any ETA for the public bug bounty?
For public bug bounty, so basically I would recommend you to use HackerOne instead when the program will be publicly available, because they are paying, we have one channel to pay bounties for vulnerabilities there. So if you are, let's say, send information about vulnerabilities directly to Zabbix, definitely we will provide you some kind of prizes. I can't tell right now what kind of they are, but yeah, they will be.
And just one more. Is internal pen testing is still used or just bug bounty and that's it?
No, we don't use any internal pen testing at all. So we don't have a pen test team for that. So that's why we decided to use bug bounty instead.
Thank you very much for
Yeah, but anyway, so again, we are getting results from SAS and DAS tool, and our security team can evaluate these results and understand if vulnerability is executable or not, can be executable hackers or not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you again. See you later.
All right, so now you guys know how we do security in Zabbix. So I guess that adds another layer of trust between us and our community. All right, lightning round time. We're going to have a couple 4 lightning talks. Those will be real quick. And that's sort of the final stretch of the summit. For our first lightning talk, let's invite back on the stage Wolfgang Alper, CEO of IntelliTrend, with his API Guard speech. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. Wolfgang, you know the name. I'm just waiting for the presentation to show up. There it is. Excellent. And the topic of the lightning talk matches pretty good in what we just heard before, because it is about security. And the talk is API Guard, better protect your Zabbix API. And I will do it real quick. Let's talk about the motivation. I think you noted that we do some integration stuff with Zabbix. We play a lot with the API. We have customers. And especially when we're using API integrations, we communicate with the API endpoint, which is usually the API JSON RPC.php. So /Zabbix /whatever, and then API JSON RPC.php. And if you would like to get access from the internet to this API point, then people do not always feel very comfortable with that. So it's often undesirable to expose the entire front end there. And then you come up with solutions like a VPN or with static firewall rules. And if you, for example, use an application like we have outside in our offering, then this is very hard to implement, actually. So it's not suitable. So the question is, can there be a way where you can protect our API endpoint, where we not expose our front end, but still have access to the API via the internet? And then we came up with a very simple idea I would like to share with you here in this small lightning talk. And that is our API Guard idea. And basically what we thought is if you treat a VPN or a firewall rule as some sort of access control, and then if this access control is successful, you forward the request to the authorization in this case here. Then if you have something like this in place, it would be pretty much fulfill what we are looking for. And that's exactly what the API Guard does. It's very simple, it's very basic. We add an additional Beaver token to the request. You all know that the Zabbix API is based on is an HTTP-based RPC API. So we have an HTTP header, so we can attach an additional header to the HTTP header. And then we use this additional header to authenticate or to make sure that we have access. And if there's an access, then we pass over the request to the Zabbix API. And this is how it looks like. So we have in blue our API-based application, whatever that is. And this application sends a post request. That's the way the Zabbix RPC API works, sends a post request. And we add an additional header and pass over a Beaver token. And then the API Guard checks for the existence of this token. And if this token is valid and fine, then it will forward the request to the API. And if the token is not available or is invalid, then it will deny the request. So that's basically the idea. And this slide shows just the access handling. So we might have an invalid API request. For example, get API JSON RPC PHP would not work, so we would deny that one. And a post with an invalid token or with a missing token would get rejected also. So in no case you would get access to the entire front end. Everything is working fine. You can also add a reverse proxy to the mix, which is not uncommon. So in this case, you have the request from the outside. You have your reverse proxy set up there. And then the reverse proxy forwards the request to the API Guard. And the API Guard in yellow here sits in the middle between the Zabbix front end, who finally provides the API endpoint, and the reverse proxy, and everything works fine. So that's the design idea of this API Guard thing. And following this approach, you can even do more. So for example, let's say we have different Zabbix servers here, Zabbix Server 1 and Zabbix Server 2, all behind the same API guard may be behind the same reverse proxy server, and then we can use the API guard to actually redirect the request to the proper system. So in this case, it would work like an application router or whatever you would call that one. And the configuration for the API guard is pretty simple and straightforward. We have targets. You can see on the right-hand side, we can see our target, Zabbix1, and we can assign an URL to the Zabbix1 and a set of tokens, and we can do the same for Zabbix2, and if there is a match on the token, then the request will be forwarded to the proper destination. And again, you will only be able to access the Zabbix API here. You won't have access to the entire front end, just the Zabbix API. So here we see a complete example configuration of how it looks like. So we have here a setup for Zabbix 5 instance, and here a setup for Zabbix 6 instance. Doesn't matter. Here are the URLs that are being used. Here are the tokens. And any of this token is valid and will forward the request to this URL. So that's basically the idea. So if I use, for example, the token Zabbix 5 token, then it will be forwarded to this instance. If I'm using Zabbix 6 token, it will be forwarded to the other token. And here you see an example using curl, yeah, as to actually perform the request. I think that is pretty straightforward. And you see we just make a change here and pass an additional header, this beaver token here. And you see this one responds with 5.4, for example, and this one responds with 6.2. And if you have an invalid token, an invalid request, or something missing, then you get something like 401 and access is denied. Yeah? So that's basically the idea of the API guard solution. You can monitor this API guard, which is pretty nice. So you can see how many requests are allowed, how many requests are done, and how many requests are rejected. So a lot of this stuff, and how many data is passing forth and back, and so on. Yeah, and again, as with the other modules that I showed you, we made this available on GitHub, so feel free to use it, and maybe it secures your Zabbix API next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Yeah, once again, if you guys want to try this out, feel free to look Wolfgang up and give it a shot. He'll consult you and tell you what's what. Okay, for our next lightning talk, we have our own technical support engineer from Zabbix, Brazil, Nivea Francis, and she will talk about Zabbix girls. Welcome.
Hi guys, my name is Nivea. I'm a technical support engineer here at Zabbix. I live in Pernambuco, Brazil. As Arthur said, I am from Zabbix Latam. And I'm going to start talking a little bit how I started with Zabbix. A few years ago, I worked in another company. One of my bosses came to me with a small challenge. I want you to start a NOC area. You have no budget, you have no team, and you have 6 months to do it. Oh, and you have to keep up with your day-to-day tasks. I am going to spare you from the story of tears and blood, but I can tell you that the documentation, thank you documentation team, and the community helped me achieve this task. Talking about the community, one of the biggest names in the Brazilian community is Andredel, founder of zabbixbrazil.org. In 2019, Patrícia Ladislau and Andredel, two big names in the community, created the Zabbix Girl Initiative. This initiative had the goal of increasing the feminine participation in the technical discussions related to monitoring and Zabbix. And that's important, making beginners feel more comfortable with starting with Zabbix and the community itself. In 2020, Patrícia got in contact with me and asked if I wanted to participate, and my only answer was, hell yeah. In that same year, we had a web talk where we talked with some, not only girls, people from the community, beginners, people that wanted to know what the hell Zabbix was about, technical information, content, and our stories in IT. In this talk, we had Hernandes Martins. Hi, Hernandes, he's here. Flavia Santos, Patricia, and myself. Also, we start a Telegram group where people can share knowledge and their experience, and we have other ideas and actions planned for the future. Our intention, we want to make beginners feel comfortable starting with Zabbix and with the community. And with that, I would like to invite you guys to join us and join your knowledge and your experience with the Zabbix ecosystem. We'd love to hear from you and your experience. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Let's talk about Zabbix and everything in between. Thank you very much.
Go Zabbix girls, that's right. Next up, we have, another one can say a Zabbix girl, right? We have Laura Schilder from Opensource ICT Netherlands, and she's going to talk about her journey from zero to monitoring hero. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me on the stage. I will be talking about my journey from hero to monitoring, from zero to a monitoring hero. And yeah. So, I'm Laura Schilder. You have seen me yesterday at the karaoke. I was singing with Alex at one point. You may have not. I work at Opensource ICT Solutions. We are a premium partner, and I'm a Zabbix consultant there. So, I'm pretty new to Zabbix because I just finished my degree in IT. And of course, before I could get the IT degree, I had to have some internships. My first internship was kind of help desk type of stuff. And what I learned from that is that I am not a big fan of that. It's not the things I like to do. So for my last internship, I just thought, well, I'm going to look for something that I hopefully like, maybe could start working at. And I was just trying to find something. That's how I came across Opensource ICT Solutions. And back then I saw something about Zabbix, and I did not know what it was. So it was pretty new, and I was, yeah, I mean, new things, I am ready to learn everything, so it's fine. And I'm still working there, so it was a good find. What I've done, since I'm still working there, what I've done there till now is I wrote this cool little article, cool little blog about keeping things cool with Zabbix, because you don't want your banana ice cream to melt and need to drink it. And it's kind of like Janne, his innovations home, it's the same thing. Nice speech, by the way. I enjoyed it. And it's it's the same, actually, kind of. Besides that, I have also made some SMP templates, and I was pretty new to it, so it was a journey, and I learned it, and it's not that hard now. Also, for a customer, we were doing. The customer had some issues with an application, and it didn't get so I made some log file monitoring, and it works, and it's good. He's happy with it, so it's good. And of course, it's just the beginning. Everybody here has started somewhere with Zabbix. Last week I got my professional certificate, so I'm planning on going for an expert, maybe even trainer. We'll see what time will bring. And maybe even more blog posts. I guess some thing of an idea, and hopefully also join the Zabbix girls, because yeah, girl community IT, there are not that many girls, so the more the better, right? And I hope you enjoy this, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Go Zabbix girls, go Zabbix learners. Laura's, like you saw, in the middle of her journey. And we can really appreciate that. We always love when people start learning Zabbix. And as she stated, she learned SNMP log monitoring Zabbix on her way to becoming an expert and a trainer. I really respect that. That's really great. And actually, for our final lightning talk, we have another, one can say, a Zabbix girl from our own offices in Riga. Marina Generalova is going to talk about Zabbix translations. Welcome.
All right. I was invited to this stage to tell you about Zabbix translation system. But once I began preparing my presentation, I realized that I cannot just talk about the workflows and processes, because the real engine behind Zabbix translations is not the system that we use. There is something much more important, without which all of these processes will lead to nowhere. And by the end of my speech, you will understand what it is. So sorry, Alexey, if my presentation today will not be quite that what you expected. So when I just started working at Zabbix, I found a bug report about fixing a documentation page in Portuguese. So back then we didn't have Zabbix Brazil office yet, and actually it was 3 years ago. So this is about Portuguese, a language that I don't speak. Then all we have to do is assign the task to the correct person, right? So with this, I went straight to my mentor and asked him who can fix this, but his answer basically turned my world upside down. I have to confess, I have never worked in an open source project before Zabbix. So there I am, a new employee trying to fix as many things as possible and close as many tasks as possible. And I ask him, who can fix this bug report? And the answer I get, nobody. Nobody. All translations in Zabbix are maintained by the community. So eventually someone will update this page and fix this. And basically what he said to me was this: Zabbix documentation has been translated into 6 different languages entirely by the efforts of fans and partners from all around the world. How amazing is that? But let me tell you a bit more about the scope of this project. So the documentation has 758 pages and over 1,700 images and 434,000 words. Do you guys know how big the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy is? We're not there yet, but we are very close. And this count is just for one version of Zabbix, for Zabbix 6.0 manual in English only. So who actually writes those pages? I'd like to show you the Zabbix documentation team. That's us at work, and my colleagues are here in this room. Please feel free to approach them, share your feedback. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So there are 4 people who actually write and maintain the English documentation daily. We add new features, we fix bug reports that you guys send us, and even when Zabbix version is released, this process doesn't stop. So that doesn't make translators' life any easier, does it? You cannot just translate something and forget about it, because eventually that will get outdated. And yet there are people who choose to spend their free time, probably grab a cup of coffee or beer, I don't know, that's how I picture them, and sit down in their evening to translate Zabbix into their native language. This is really cool. But going back to the Portuguese bug report, back then, there was no way for us to notify the translators which specific pages needed their attention. So the only way for us, and as well for translators, to find out if the documentation is still up to date was to actually manually open the page and compare it with the English version. So we would have to do it 700 times, right? Not ideal. And last year, we started looking for a better solution, and eventually we found a platform that seemed to be perfectly in line with our needs. And we tested it ourselves, everything looked cool, everything was so convenient, and then we introduced the system to the translators, and something went wrong. People just didn't come. So after months of research, discussions, team hours spent on implementing this platform, our translators didn't want to use it. That moment seemed very close to a failure, and I was about to admit it.
But we decided not to give up, and we gathered some focus group. We listened to users' feedback, and we made few improvements. And then we asked our marketing team and our regional offices to help us spread the word that we have this system, and eventually that started working. Here is how the translation progress looked in January this year. 0. We had to drop all existing documentation translations and start everything from scratch. And it's been 9 months from that point. And can you guess how far along we've gone now? And so this is what we have today. And if you take a closer look, you will notice that Chinese and Japanese languages are almost fully translated. Indeed, Japanese is 98% translated. French is almost fully translated. And then Portuguese is very close to being fully translated, and Dutch is more than halfway translated, and these numbers, they keep growing every day. So how did we get there? Is it because of the new platform and its convenient features, such as term vocabulary and built-in Google Translate integration, as well as translation memory that helps you translate similar phrases? Or did it happen because of the translation management system that we were going after in the first place? Because yes, right now you can see where the changes are needed and which pages need translation attention down to the specific paragraph. Or maybe it happened because of the translator reward program that we introduced later this year. Right now, if anyone who translates Zabbix documentation can get a small souvenir from Zabbix for the first 250 strings that you translate. And if you keep working, you can get a branded water bottle, and at 1,000 strings, you will actually get a Zabbix backpack and the official Zabbix translator certificate. Here is my colleague Mauricio. He's going to show this backpack. Yes, the backpacks are very nice, by the way. I like them. So here's the backpack. And if you keep translating past 1,000 string and make it all the way to the level 4, the translation leader, you will receive a free Zabbix certified specialist training spot for 6.0 version, which is very nice. So yes, while all of this helps, no translations will happen without the people who make it happen. And I would like you guys to meet some of Zabbix translators. Okay, there we go. So these are the people who help us make Zabbix available in different languages. And while we usually send the gifts to our translators by mail, and we check the numbers at the beginning of each month and then ship the parcels, we knew that some of these guys are coming here today, and we would like to welcome you guys on this stage. I would like to ask Brian van Bekel to come up to this stage. Brian, are you here with us? Hey, there you are. Hey, Mauricio, can you help us? Thank you, Brian. Brian's been translating Zabbix into Dutch. Yeah, please. And also, I'd like to ask Florent Passiro to join us. I can stay. Please stay. Just don't leave. Florent Passiro, are you here today? Is Florent coming? I think he is not here. And also, I'd like to ask Alexey Pustovalov to come here. He is Zabbix support employee. And where he is, though? Alexey is probably not here. I have already seen him. Okay, let's see if he comes. And while all of these rewards are officially applied to Zabbix documentation, we would like to make one more special recognition today. We have a very active Zabbix front-end translator, Tomas Hermanek. Tomas, please come up. And he alone has translated 10,000 front-end strings into Czech language. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so looks like Alexey and Florent are not joining us, but you guys can collect your rewards later. If you're here at the conference, we'll try to find you after the speech. Okay, so thank you guys. Just you can stay. Yeah, let's stay. Nathan, okay. Okay, then thanks. So if anyone else wants to join Zabbix Translators family, this is very easy to do. All you need to do is go to the translate.zabbix.com and press the bright white Apply Now button. It will take you to the short registration form, and once you fill out this form, you will receive your login and password from us within the next, I would say, 24 hours on average. But we process the applications manually, so just in case it takes some time, please bear with us. And once you receive your credentials and brief instructions, you can start translating right away. But you know what is the main lesson that I learned here at Zabbix? No matter how perfect your workflows and processes are, the real power that makes things happen is people. And Zabbix community is truly amazing at this. So the real power behind Zabbix translations is Zabbix translators. Thank you guys, and actually thanks to that person who fixed the Portuguese page 3 years ago. And to all other translators whom we didn't mention today. I'm extremely honored to be part of this system. Thank you. And we've got one more thing to do today. Brian, whom you just seen on stage, and he, as a Zabbix translator, he has won a free Zabbix certified translator spot at the course, and he would like to give away this course to his customers. I think Nathan will do this for him, yes?
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, let me hook up this laptop first. And then we can get started. So, thank you for inviting me on stage. Laptop is hooked up. We should see my terminal in just a bit. So, we have a lot of goodies in the office. We do these translations, and sometimes we get a lot of nice stuff that we would like to share back with the community. And that's exactly what we are going to do right now. On LinkedIn, we had a little giveaway running, and everyone can join in, or could join in, because right now we are ready to do the announcement of the winner. So I'm going to run a little Python script, because that's how we do things. Let me open that up. And can we see it on screen? Do we have connection? Something's coming. There we go. So, little Python script. Let's see who is the winner of our giveaway. And that's hard to pronounce, Zachariah de Graaf, I think. So, congratulations on your official Zabbix Certified Specialist course. And that's it for now. For more goodies, you can check us out on LinkedIn. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, and that was that for our lightning talks. Before we close up, our partners from Benelux have an announcement to make. Welcome, guys. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. No, I'm not going to sing. We have breaking news. Really, yeah. It's been a while. 2019 was the last conference in the Benelux, and we've decided, it's just fresh from the press, to be giving a new one next year on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of April, 2023. So, everything will be announced on the Zabbix website, so keep posted and hope to see you there. Thank you.
All right, guys, job well done to our speakers, our sponsors, our partners, our community, the Zabbix team. This is pretty much the end of our 10th anniversary summit. I think Before I invite Alexey, let's have a round of applause for ourselves, for Alexey, for everyone, for sponsors, partners, community members, everyone else. We did amazingly after this large break. Wow, this was a blast. Yeah, that's right. Okay, and of course, I have to invite Alexey to do a couple of closing words for us. Alexey, you are welcome on the stage.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Artur. Yeah, so it's been really 2 fantastic days, well, for me especially, because, again, we are back to, well, normal communication in person, so I was so happy to see all of you here in Riga, and actually, well, as I spent time with you, we had so many, conversations, very useful for all of us, I guess. I'd like to give you a few examples how the decisions we are making in Zabbix affect what we hear today. Like, for example, I remember 1 year ago we were sitting in Zabbix office discussing how we are going to design, for example, those machine learning capabilities, and we at the end we thought, okay, it needs to be flexible. Yeah, it needs to be flexible. For we have introduced this kind of a new trigger functions for trend analysis, anomaly detection. And then, okay, we designed it, implemented, and we thought, okay, maybe it's going to be too complex, so no one will ever understand it, what we did. Yeah, because it requires so much, some good statistical analysis and mathematics. And I was so surprised, well, yesterday when I heard that, okay, this functionality is actually used by our users, yeah, despite the fact it's kind of so complex, yeah, but it is very flexible. And things like the business service monitoring. Again, like 1.5 years ago, when we started the huge work of redesigning the existing functionality of the business service monitoring, and we implemented it in a much more flexible way. And I was really happy to see it again here at the summit. That all right, so it's used by our users, and well, the talk from Wolfgang about some additions to the business service monitoring was very excited. This visualization part, yeah, and the models, yeah, the models. Super happy that we've got attraction from developers and from your community members. That there are so nice and great ideas what can be done using the UI models in Zabbix. And then maybe next week when I go back to the office, we'll have internal discussion, and most likely we'll implement well, some space on our zabbix.com so we can share the models, all the community models we have. Yeah, because at this moment we don't have such a place when those models can be shared within our community. Anyway, well, I have to say that, well, you are the best. Yeah, you're the best. It was really a great pleasure and great honor to spend these 2 days with all of you, with Zabbix community members. And what I'd like to do now, I would like to invite the whole Zabbix team to the stage. So Zabbix team, yeah, please come to the stage. So developers, QA, support guys, sales guys, integration, marketing team, finance, legal staff, partnership, infrastructure management and training, all guys. Zabbix Japan, Zabbix Brazil on the stage. Yeah, so that's, okay. Please, hopefully we'll have enough space here. Well, yeah, next time we need to have a bigger stage, right? Yeah, so guys, you're thanking me for some things, for some features, but really this is the work which is done by the whole Zabbix team. Yes, please come here. Yeah, so, okay, yeah. Okay, maybe. Yeah, we are too many, so hopefully the stage will handle the load. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, but really, it's Zabbix is a result of the all work of the Zabbix team, all of our departments and engineers, and it's not only Zabbix team. It's also again effort from the Zabbix community. So thank you very much for your support, for your contributions, for everything you do. Thank you again. Thanks.
All right, guys. Now it's yeah, this thing is on. Now it's time to relax and party hard and talk to one another. So I'll see you at a party. Go, guys.